right-handers going. For the Yankees, Ed Figueroa. And for the Kansas City Royals, Steve Busby. Last year, Figueroa was 16-13 with the California Angels. Busby was 18-12 with the Kansas City Royals. So far in 1976, Figueroa is 1-0, and Steve Busby is 0-1. Lifetime against the Kansas City Royals, Figueroa has won 1 and he's lost 4. In lifetime against the Yankees, Busby's won 3 and he's lost 2. So it's Figueroa against Busby here in the second game of this 3-game series. By the way, this program is authorized by the New York Yankee Baseball Club under rights purchased by Manchester Broadcasting Productions Incorporated, solely for the entertainment of our audience. Any broadcast, rebroadcast, or other use of this game without the express written consent of the Yankees and Manchester Broadcasting is prohibited. New York Yankee Baseball is a production of Manchester Broadcasting Productions Incorporated, which has contracted for and has exclusive rights to the broadcast of these games, including selection of the announcers with approval by the Yankees and by this station. Well, after last night's loss to the Kansas City Royals, and the Yankees have now won 7 and have lost 3 since the Milwaukee Brewers won last night. They're 6-3, so they have moved within one half game of the Yankees. The Detroit Tigers in 3rd place, along with Boston. They're a game and a half out. Cleveland in 4th place. They're 2 games out. And Baltimore, 2 games under 500. They've won 4 of 10, 3 games out, still minus Reggie Jackson. In the American League West, the Texas Rangers have a half-game lead over Kansas City and Oakland. Chicago 1 game out, California 2, and Minnesota 2.5. Looking at the National League quickly, Pittsburgh has a half-game lead over Philadelphia, 1 over Chicago, and in the West, Atlanta and Boston and Houston. Check that, Houston virtually tied in the National League West. Cincinnati 1 game out after getting off to that great start. We're being entertained here by the Colgate 13, and they will sing the national anthem just a little bit later on. Meanwhile, they're singing down on the field. Let's look at the Kansas City Royals starting lineup. They'll have Jim Wolford in left field and leading off. Jim Wolford, W-H-L-F-O-R-D. Amos Otis will bat second, and he'll play center field for the Royals. Otis batting second and playing center field. Batting third baseman George Brett. Brett will bat third, and he'll play third. The first baseman, John Mayberry, will bat fourth in the cleanup spot. Mayberry looking for his first home run of the 1976 season. In fact, the Royals only have 3 home runs overall, and their catcher, Buck Martinez, has 2 of those. Hal McRae has the other one. Batting fifth, and the designated hitter for the Kansas City Royals, Hal McRae. The right fielder, Al Cowens, will bat sixth. Batting seventh, the catcher, Fran Healy. And batting eighth, the shortstop, Freddie Patek. Then batting ninth and playing second base for the Royals, Frank White. And on the mound, right-hander Steve Busby. Busby, so far this year, has won none, and he has lost 1. Before we give you the Yankee lineup, let's take 15 seconds for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions radio network.
Schenectady and Southern Saratoga Counties Community Service. The all-new 3WD. WWWD. Schenectady.
The Yankee lineup features Mickey Rivers leading off and playing center field. Rivers' 6-game hitting streak was snapped last night by the Kansas City Royals. Rivers leading off and playing center field. He's 13 for 46 so far this season. Batting second for the Yankees and playing left field, switch hitting Roy White. White batting second and playing left. He's 12 for 41. The catcher, Thurr Munson, will bat third. Munson batting third and catching. Hot-hitting Chris Chambliss will play first base. He'll bat in the cleanup slot. Chambliss has a 7-game hitting streak. 14 for 43 with a couple of home runs and 12 runs batted in. That stops on the Yankees. So Chambliss will bat fourth and play first base. Batting fifth and playing right field for the Yankees, the big O, Oscar Gamble. Gamble playing right field and batting fifth. Lou Piniella, sporting an 8-game hitting streak, will bat sixth, and he'll be the designated hitter. Piniella batting at .483, 14 for 29 with a home run, 8 runs batted in. Batting seventh and playing third base for the Yankees, Greg Nettles. Nettles playing the third and batting seventh. Nettles dropped a bit in the batting order for this afternoon's ball game by Billy Martin. He's 4 for 32 so far with a home run, 4 runs batted in. The spectacular second baseman, Willie Randolph, will bat 8th. Randolph 10 for 29 so far. He's batting at .345. Randolph batting 8th and playing second for the Yankees. The shortstop will be Jim Mason. And on the mound, the right-hander Ed Figueroa, who has won 1, and he's lost 1 so far this year. Check that, 1-1, lost none so far this year for Ed Figueroa. Right now, we have the meeting at home plate. Whitey Herzog has brought his Kansas City lineup out, and Yogi Berra has brought the Yankee lineup out, and they're talking with the umpires. Behind the plate will be he's not a rookie anymore. Jim Evans is behind the plate. Joe Brinkman is at first base, and a rookie Greg Kosk is at second. And the veteran Nestor Shalak will umpire at third base. Now, as Yogi goes back to the dugout, the fans give him quite a hand. The Yankees has a team hitting at .303 with 10 home runs. The Kansas City Royals has a team batting at .226, and as I mentioned earlier, they just have hit 3 home runs this young season. Well, the lights are on here. It's an overcast sky. They had a little showers prior to the ball game, but it's cleared off. And even though it's overcast, the game will start on time. The Yankees and the Kansas City Royals expect to get it in. Had a great crowd last night, a paying crowd, not an advanced sale crowd. Yesterday's gate sale of over 21,000 tickets was the largest at Yankee Stadium in the last 18 years, according to ticket director Mike Rendine. And the crowd of 35,116 boosted attendance for this homestand to 179,893 for 6 games. So that's an average of just about 30,000 a game. Ball today, by the way, will be thrown out by 13-year-old Dick Bokum of Manhattan. He's this year's Yankee Con Edison Good Kid. And this is the first Con Edison Day at the stadium this season, and it's also Senior Citizens Day. And if you're 62 or over and you're listening, you're around the stadium, come on over. You will be admitted to lower outfield seats for just 50 cents. And by the way, the next Senior Citizens Day will be on May 15th, and it'll be a game against the Baltimore Orioles. And tomorrow, at 2 o'clock, the final game of this 3-game series, Doc Ellis, who's won 1 and lost none, will face Denny Leonard, who is 0-1. Well, the Yankees have taken the field. Lights are on. And now the national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Colgate 13.
and Richard Bochum has just thrown out the first ball to Yankee catcher Thurman Munson. Richard Bochum, the first Yankee con Ed good kid. And Ed Figueroa now out taking his warm-up throws in preparation for the start of this ball game. He's making his third start of the season. He last pitched a week ago today, shutting out Minnesota 10-0 on a 6-hitter for his first Yankee victory and first complete game. Figueroa also worked the previous Saturday, went 5 1/3 against the Milwaukee Brewers in Milwaukee without getting a decision. Should Figueroa win this ball game, he'll be the first Yankee hurler of 1976 to win a couple of ball games. 7 pitchers have a Victor Feast at the moment. Of course, Catfish Hunter has been saddled with all 3 Yankee losses. So Figueroa, the sinker ball pitcher, finished his warm-up throws, and Jim Wolford, the left fielder, steps in for the Kansas City Royals. The Royals beat the Yankees 7-12 last year, and they started off in the opener last night where they left off last year by winning 3-2 a squeaker. Wolford, a slap hitter's in. He's 4 for 10 so far this year, and a right-handed hitter. The pitch to him is in there, called strike. Yankees have Nettles, Mason, Randolph, and Chambliss around the infield, White, Rivers, and Gamble around the outfield. Munson flashing signs of Figueroa. Wolford takes outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Just underway from Yankee Stadium. Figueroa working quickly, the 1-1 delivery. Hit foul into the seats down the right side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yankees still on top of the East by a half game over the Milwaukee Brewers. The Royals in second place in the West, a half game behind the Rangers. 1-2 delivery. Checked the swing, hit the bat, skipped over near the Yankee dugout. As Figueroa jammed Wolford with a fastball up and in. It's a ball and 2 strikes still. Wolford batting at 200 so far this year. Not much power. The Yankees play him straight away. And not too deep. Too low. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Wolford. On deck is Amos Otis, the center fielder for the Royals. Figueroa rocks, kick, steals a 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball, chopped out in front of the plate. Heads in. Figueroa has it. Fires on the first place. They've got Wolford. So Wolford bounces out 1-3, and that'll bring on Amos Otis. Otis 9 for 32 so far this year. He's batting at .281. Right-handed batter with good speed. Time is called now. Otis wants to look at the baseball. Figueroa underhands it to Munson. He flips it to Evans, and it's all right. It'll go back to Ed. Otis with an off year last year. Trying to come back this year. Pitch to him. Swung on. Hit foul back up on the screen. Last year, Otis hit just .247 for the Royals. 9 home runs, drove in 46 runs. Figueroa's 1 strike pitch. Misses outside, it's a ball and a strike. 1 out, nobody on, just underway, no score. Yankees and the Royals. Figueroa now taking a lot of time, blowing on his hand. Now the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled back to the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now Figueroa with a new baseball, rubbing it up on the backside of the mound. Comes up top, and Otis steps up. Now we're ready. 1-2 delivery. Swung on it deep to left. White moving back. He's there now, and he's got it. Ball didn't carry well. Got out there and stopped, and White ran it down. 2 down. Here's George Brett, the third baseman. Now this fella, Figueroa has said, gives him more trouble than any other batter in the American League. George Brett, the third baseman, led the American League in base hits last year. He got 195. Bats left-handed. He's 11 for 37, batting at 297 this year. His brother Ken Brett, one of the hurlers on the Yankees. Kenny hasn't gotten into a ball game yet. He has gotten up and loosened up a couple of times. Here's a pitch to Brett. This is outside, a ball. On deck, Big John Mayberry. Outfield plays, Brett hits the opposite way to left field. And a strike on the outside corner, a ball to strike. The gap for Brett in right center field. A big gap between Rivers and Gamble. And Gamble gives Brett the right field line. 1-1 pitch. Swung on, hit to shortstop. Mason's there. He has a long throw. It's in time. So Brett bounces out 6-3. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. At the end of the half inning, the Royals nothing. The Yankees coming up.
If you're looking for a new small wagon, then this is your year to say yes to the new Volare four-door wagon. You see, Volare just happens to be the roomiest and most economical compact wagon built in America. Actual mileage may differ, but according to EPA estimates, the six-cylinder Volare wagon with manual transmission got 30 miles per gallon highway, 18 city. And considering Volare wagon is also the roomiest small wagon built in America, there's only one thing left to say. See the men who say yes at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer today.
Doc Ellis against Denny Leonard tomorrow. Ellis is 1-0. Leonard is 0-1. That'll be the finale of this homestand. It'll start at 2 o'clock. Yankees and the Royals. And the Yankees go on a long road trip before coming back on May 11th against Detroit Tigers. Steve Busby out taking his warm-up tosses. He's making his second start of the season. He lost to Cleveland 6-0. Back on April 18th. Sky was on the 21-day disabled list from March 25th to April 17th. He followed behind in conditioning during spring training and was left in Florida when the Royals broke camp. Now, Busby had spent a lot of time negotiating because he was the Kansas City Royals, or is the Kansas City Royals player rep. So right-hander Busby out now. Time is called as the glasses come out for the third baseman, George Brett, as the sun is broken through here at the stadium. Now Frank White, the second baseman, also wants a pair of glasses. So White jogging in for his glasses. They've got him there, and you ought to wear them because you never can tell when that sun's going to come out. Might cost you a run. Might cost you a ball game. Now Otis is over talking to Cowens out in right field. I guess they don't need him in the outfield. But the Royals have around their infield George Brett at third base. They've got Freddie Patek at shortstop, White at second base, and Mayberry at first. They've got Wolford in left, Otis in center, and Al Cowens on right field, and Fran Healy's doing the catching as Mickey Rivers steps in. Rivers 13 for 46 with a home run, 8 runs batted, and he's batting at 283. They chopped one foul back in the upper deck. No balls and a strike on Rivers. Rivers had a 6-game hitting streak stopped last night by Royal pitching. Royals used Flittorf, Littell, Sadecki, and a couple other guys last night. Here's a 1-strike pitch to Rivers. Almost hits him inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mingori. Brett in close at third base for Rivers as the 1-1 delivery comes in. Swung on and fouled back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We're in the bottom half of the first inning. No score in the ball game. The Yankees and the Royals. We'll get Mickey Rivers, Roy White, and then Thurman Munson for the Yankees against Steve Busby. Busby taking a lot of time, rubbing that baseball up on top of the mound. Right-hander likes a sign from Healy. And the 1-2 delivery. Swung on, pop foul, out of play. Just to the left of home plate. Still a ball and 2 strikes on Rivers. Now Brett backs up. He's even with the bag at third base. And the 1-2 delivery. Swung on, chopped foul outside of first. As Rivers really chopping down on that high fastball. Busby's a big fella, 6'2", goes 205. He's from Burbank, California. Attended Southern Cal. Majored in business analysis. Popped up in foul ground on the third base side. Brett, the third baseman's there. He's got it. And there's one away. Rivers fouling out to George Brett. Here's Roy White, the left fielder. Busby was a Sporting News American League Rookie of the Year. Rookie pitcher of the year in 1973. The Royals pitcher of the year in 74. And he's been on the All-Star team the last couple of years. So he's a pretty good pitcher. And he's authored a couple of big league no-hitters. Whitehead batting left-handed. Pitch to him. Down low, skips past Healy, goes back to the screen. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, the sun has broken through, and it's a nice day here at the stadium. Good day for watching baseball as the 1-0 pitch comes in to White. Too high, 2 balls, no strikes. Deck there, Munson. 1 out, nobody on. Bottom half of the first inning. No score. The 2-0 pitch. Outside ball, 3 balls and no strikes. White batting at .293 on the year. He'll probably take this 3-0 pitch. And he takes it in for a strike. 3 balls and 1 strike. White batting left-handed, hitting at .269. Right-handed, he bats at .333. 3-1 pitch. Called strike 2. Let it high fastball. White started toward first base, but he's called back by Jim Evans. And the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Outfield playing White to pull. The infield more or less straight away. And here's the payoff pitch. Too high. Ball 4. So White walks on a 3-2 pitch. He's down at first base, and that'll bring on third Munson. Roy White, the first base runner in the ball game. Munson's in. He's 13 for 44 with a couple of home runs, 8 runs batted in. Munson batting at .295. Outfield straightens up for him. Thurm will hit to all fields. And the Royal infield plays back looking for 2, except Mayberry. He's got to hold White there at first base. Yankees are running ball club. They've stolen 15 bases so far this year. They've been cut down just 3 times. And White has stolen second twice. He hasn't been caught yet. Here's a set now by Busby. He checks White. And the pitch to Munson. Swung on line, right to Brett. He grabs it, throws to first base, double play. George Brett, the third baseman, moving quickly to his left, grabbed that ball, threw a strike to Mayberry, and Munson hit the ball hard, but he's lined into a double play. No runs and no hits and nobody left on base. And at the end of 1, no score. Yankees and the Royals. scorecard from last weekend's opening series in the new Yankee Stadium with Minnesota. You want to get one, send 25 cents to Professional Sports Publications, 310 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. The address again, if you want a souvenir scorecard from last weekend's opening series at the new stadium with Minnesota, send 75 cents to Professional Sports Publications, 310 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. 75 cents. Be a great souvenir for you. Here's John Mayberry. He'll try to give somebody in those right field seats a souvenir. John, 7 for 31 so far this year. He's batting at .226. He got off to a slow start last year, but ended up with 36 home runs. Big left-handed pitcher. Batter takes on the outside corner for strike. Mayberry didn't like that call. Backs out. Looks at Jim Evans. Last year, Mayberry ended up at .291. Check that. 34 home runs, 106 runs batted in. Fouls the next pitch off and out of play down the left side in the upper deck. No balls, 2 strikes. As Figueroa keeping that ball away from Mayberry. Watching it to the big part of the outfield. Straightaway center. 430, 417. And the 2-strike pitch. Outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, the Yankees have Mason playing short center field. They've got Randolph back on the grass in right field. And Chambliss deep at first base. As Figueroa misses outside again, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nettles is playing shortstop. 2-2 delivery. Swung on and fouled back off Munson's glove. And the count remains 2-2. On deck is Al McRae, the designated hitter. No score when the top of the second. Yankees had a base runner, but he got wiped out when Munson lined into a double play. Thurman's hit the ball hard these 2 games. Here's the 2-2 delivery to Mayberry. Swung on and missed. Got him with the breaking ball. Good curveball by Ed Figueroa. And there's one away as Figueroa chalks up his first strikeout. That'll bring on Al McRae, the designated hitter. McRae so far in the season, 11 for 37. He's batting at .297. A right-handed batter, so the outfield straightens up for it. And he takes a strike. Joe Trimble of the New York Daily News is today's official score. The 1-strike pitch is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out, nobody on. Top of the second, no score. Royals won the opener last night 3-2. 1-1 pitch is high. 2 balls and a strike. On deck, Al Cowens, the right fielder. Figueroa rocks, kicks, deals a 2-1 pitch. And it's a breaking ball that's outside. 3 balls and a strike. And ball 4 low. So Figueroa, after getting a strike on McRae, lost him. So McRae becomes the first Royal base runner. He's there at first base with 1 away. And Al Cowens, the right fielder, is in. Cowens having a tough time getting started. He's 4 for 35 so far this season. That averages out to just about 114. The Yankees look for 2 around the infield. As Figueroa sets and deals. Fastball chopped to short, might be 2. Mason to Randolph, 1. Back to first, double play. A 6-4-3 double play, and the Yankees are out of the inning. No runs on, no hits, and because of the double play, nobody was left on base. We go to the bottom half of the second inning. The Yankees, nothing. The Royals, nothing.
I want a beer like no other beer. I'm Schaefer people. I want flavor that won't disappear. I'm Schaefer people. Consistency makes a great beer, and Schaefer's consistent
consistently great tasting every single time because Schaefer's brewed the old world way. Kreuzening, we call it. Since 1842, Kreuzening, the extra step of brewing twice, has kept Schaefer consistently fresh and crisp, consistently great tasting beer after Schaefer beer.
I want a beer like no other beer. I'm Schaefer people. I want flavor that won't disappear. I'm Schaefer people. Schaefer beer, the tasting is good. You'll have one taste as good as your first. So I can get a Schaefer and be Schaefer people. So I can get a Schaefer and be Schaefer people.
F&M Schaefer Brewing Company, New York, New York.
Another action in the American League. Baltimore is at Minnesota. Boston will play the White Sox tonight in Chicago. California is at Milwaukee. Oakland at Cleveland. And Texas at Detroit. The National League. Mets playing Houston tonight. Atlanta at Philadelphia tonight. The Cubs playing the Dodgers tonight in L.A. Cincinnati at Montreal. Pittsburgh at San Francisco. And the Cardinals playing San Diego tonight out on the coast. And right here, we've got a scoreless ball game as we go to the bottom half of the second inning, and Chris Chambliss will lead off for the Yankees against Steve Busby. Chambliss has hit in seven straight games, and he's got at least one RBI in each game. He's 13 for 30 during that span, batting about .433. So he's in left-handed against Steve Busby. And Busby's first pitch swung on and fouled back and out of play. Busby working outside to the left-handers. Turning that ball over a little bit. Doesn't like that baseball. He wants another one from Jim Evans. And gets it. Dick Hauser, the Yankee third base coach. Ellie Howard coaching at first base. Oscar Gamble on deck, swinging a bat. It's a one-strike pitch to Chambliss. Curveball hit in the air center field. Otis to his right. He's there waiting, and he's got it. One down. Hey, that ball is not carrying this afternoon. Let's take 15 seconds for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
Schenectady and Southern Saratoga County's community service. The all-new 3WD. WWWD. Schenectady.
Oscar Gamble in. Left-handed batter. Takes high ball. Busby took a little off that changeup, and he got it up high. On deck is Lou Piniella. One out, nobody on. Bottom of the second, no score. Busby's next delivery. Down low. 2 balls, no strikes. Gamble 9 for 27 this season. 1 home run, 3 runs batted in. He's batting at .333. Busby rocks, kick, steals a 2-0 pitch. Swung on line, right to John Mayberry, the first baseman. He stabs it. 2 down. Hey, the Yankees hit the ball hard in these 2 innings against Busby, but they have nothing to show for it. Munson really ripped one to the left of third baseman George Brett. But he stabbed it and turned that into a double play, and now Gamble ripping one to the first baseman Mayberry. 2 outs. Here's Piniella. Piniella has hit in 8 games. He's 14 for 29, .483 batting average, a home run, 8 runs batted in. They play Piniella to hit to the right side. They've got Otis, the center fielder, a step or 2 toward right center, and Cowens deep in right field. The left fielder Wolfer's playing straight away. They give Piniella a gap to left center. Busby taking a lot of time. Now the right-hander's ready. Kicks and deals. Too high with the fastball. Senior Citizens Day here at Yankee Stadium. Busby's 1-0 pitch to Piniella. Swung on, hit foul outside of third base. Good grab down there by the Yankee ball boy. It's a ball and a strike on Lou. Piniella off a bad year last year, batted at .196, and he's trying to make those pitchers pay for it in 1976. So far he has. The right-handed batter cocks that bat over his right shoulder. Now he waves it over the plate, waiting for Busby to get ready. Here's a 1-1 delivery to Piniella. Check swing, call strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fooled him with a breaking pitch on the outside corner. Busby takes a lot of time between pitches. Likes the sign from Healy. Still looking, though. Now he's ready. And the 1-2 delivery. Fouled back upon the screen. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes on Lou Piniella. Now Busby with the new baseball looking in. Wipes his brow. Piniella gets a little dirt and backs out. Lou played with the Royals. In fact, the Yankees got him from the Royals. It's a Lindy McDaniel deal. Guess McDaniel's farming now down in Oklahoma. 1-2 delivery. Outside, a big, wide breaking curveball. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pretty hard for McDaniel to pitch on that artificial turf there at Kansas City. Throw ground balls there, get in a lot of trouble. Here's a 2-2 pitch to Piniella. Swung on, bounced slowly toward third. It's going foul. Grabbed in foul territory by Brett, and the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Martin pacing up and down the Yankee dugout. Kneeling on deck, Craig Nettles. Ready. Here's a 2-2 pitch to Piniella. Swung on and fouled off. And the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, Doc Ellis will go over the Yankees and Denny Leonard for the Kansas City Royals. Ellis 1-0, Leonard 0-1. Here's a 2-2 pitch to Piniella. Inside, and the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Now Piniella backs out and gets back in. Busby takes a lot of time. Really stares into his catcher, Fran Healy. Here's a payoff pitch. Swung on, hit in the air to center field. Otis coming on. With the glasses down, waves, he's got it for out number 3. Otis had to wave everybody away. 3 up, 3 down for the Yankees. And at the end of 2, Yankees nothing, the Royals nothing. If you got a pencil handy, you can mark these dates down. Tuesday, May 11th, Wednesday, May 12th, and Thursday, May 13th. The Yankees will be back from this long road trip. There'll be all-night games against the Detroit Tigers. A chance to see Rusty Staub in a Tiger uniform. And, of course, Ralph Houck will be returning for his 3rd year as manager of the Bengals. Tuesday, May 11th, Wednesday, May 12th, Thursday, May 13th, all-night games against the Detroit Tigers here at the new Yankee Stadium. Fran Healy in against Ed Figueroa, top the 3rd in the scoreless ball game. Healy bats right-handed. He's 1 for 17. And And he takes outside a ball. Evans almost shot that right hand up, but he kept it down. We're in the bottom third of the Royal batting order. Healy, the catcher, Potek, the shortstop, White, the second baseman. Figueroa's next delivery. Chopped foul back to the screen. Now, Freddie Potek grabs it before he can hit the screen. Potek is on deck. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now Figueroa takes a little time. He backs off. Looks at the ball. And now Healy decides to take a little walk in the batting circle. Well, it's a day game after a night game. I know it's the Yankees' first day game after a night game. 1-1 delivery. Healy takes high and tight. 2 balls and a strike. Things might slow down just a little. Figueroa started his baseball career in the Mets organization. We look at that big scoreboard out in center field. 2-1 pitch, check swing, down low. 3 balls and a strike. Healy backs out now. He's going to tie his shoes. And he says something to Thurman Munson as he gets back in. All those catchers talk a lot. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Healy takes it high. Ball 4. Healy walks. Oh, look what we got here. My good buddy Jim Hartz has just moved in. Jim, we saw the greeting you got. Jim with NBC's Today Show and a former catcher out in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Good seeing you, Jim.
Good to be here, Bill.
Was that inning I asked you to do or what?
Listen, I think I'll stick to politics.
All right. Figueroa sets. Checks Healy at first base. The pitch to Potek is inside a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. I don't know if people realize that you were a pretty good baseball player earlier.
Well, when I was a kid, I quit for the same reason Joe Garagiola quit.
The 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed. The ball to strike off Potek. Why was that?
Couldn't run, couldn't hit, couldn't throw.
Yeah, but you got here. Here's the set now by Figueroa. And the 1-1 pitch coming on to Freddie Potek. The runner's going, and the pitch is fouled off. It's back in the seats. Royals playing a little hit and run. Hey, this is a great way to spend an off day, isn't it?
It's marvelous, Bill. It's the first time we've been out here since the stadium has reopened. And it is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a lovely, lovely place.
Of course, from where you're watching is better than any place else because you're sitting in Steinbrenner's exclusive box. That isn't too bad.
It's very comfortable.
Yeah. Here's a set now by Figueroa. He'll check Healy at first base and the pitch. Hit on the ground, base hit right field. Figueroa now will back up third base, but Healy will hold at second. Potek going to the opposite field, ripped that ball. Past Chamos out into right field. Healy, with not too much speed, decided to hold at second base, so the Royals are threatening here in the top half of the third inning. They've got runners at first and second with nobody out. Here's Frank White, the second baseman. Yankees look for a punt as Greg Nettles at third base now. Greg's going to call time. I guess everybody's been asking you about Barbara Walters going to ABC, and I think if I don't ask you about it, they're going to get on me.
Well, we wish her a lot of luck. She's spent most of the part of her adult life with the Today Show, and
they've got Healy caught on second to throw to third, and he's safe. They had Healy as White started to bunt and got the bat back. Munson threw the second base. Healy went on to third, and he beat Randolph's throw to Mason there, and I guess you got to give him a stolen base. Oh, the Royals now have runners at first and third with nobody out. Healy showing a lot of speed for a catcher, Jim Hart. They're checking it. Now to throw the first base, and Potek is back. That's one thing Garagiola couldn't do either, run.
Yeah, I had the same problem. I had all the defects that he had.
There goes the runner, and the pitch is fouled off. Kansas City coming on aggressively now here in the third inning. They had Potek running, and White fouled the pitch off. So the count now, no balls and 2 strikes on White. Potek will have to go back to first base. You've really been running around this country doing those bicentennial features on each state.
Yes, we've got about 10 to go. Been to almost every state in the Union this year.
So the count now, no balls and 2 strikes on Frank White as Potek moves off first base. He's checked. And the throwback to first base, and Potek is back. We've just got the official scoring. We give Fran Healy a stolen base on that left of third base with Munson throwing behind him. 2-strike pitch. Hits the bat. Hits the bat. It was high and tight. White tried to get out of the way, and the ball just nipped the bat. And it kicked foul into the Yankee dugout. So the count remains no balls and 2 strikes on Frank White.
I tell you, I really thought I'd bring the Yankees more luck. I came in here and sat down, and there are 2 men on base and no outs.
Well, I tell you, the Yankees have hit the ball hard in situations like this, and the Royals have turned it into a double play, so it might turn around. Now that you're living in New York, Jim, are you a Yankee and Met fan?
Yes, sir. All those years,
You're a Cardinal fan.
Cardinal fan.
Yeah.
Out in the Midwest, and you just have to transfer your loyalties, Bill. I'm sure you've done the same thing.
Oh, yeah. So the first base, and Freddie Potek is back. Well, you grew up, Jim Hartz, in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the St. Louis Farm Club.
Yeah.
I believe it still is.
Yeah, Kenny Boyer, former Cardinal third baseman, manages there. 2-strike pitch to White. Swung on, chopped foul outside of third base. He's hanging tight.
I believe I saw Kenny Boyer hit a home run in the World Series here in Yankee Stadium about
Grand Slam home run in 1964.
Back up in the left field stands.
You know who was kneeling on deck and glad he hit it? Me.
Were you?
Yeah, because Al Downing was a pitcher, and I couldn't hang around with left-handers out there. I had to get in the bucket.
Some shot.
Yeah. That went 7 games. Cardinals won it 4-3.
Yep.
Figueroa now with a new baseball set. Some checks runners off first and third. 2-strike pitch to White. Cold strike 3. Got him looking. Got a good slider on the outside corner, and there's one away. Oh, Figueroa reaching back and getting a little extra. Big strikeout for him. Runner still at first and third, 1 down now, and Jim Wolford, the left fielder's in. He's been up once, bounced back to Figueroa. Let's see, I see Yogi Berra down there now calling Oscar Gamble in right field. Gamble had been at 2 or 3 steps back too far. Berra gets him in. Yankees need 2 here as Figueroa sets. Checks Potek. Pitch. Too high ball. 1 ball and no strikes. 1 out. Runners at first and third. No score when the top half the third inning. Yankees and Royals, second game of 3-game series. Tomorrow afternoon, 2 o'clock will be the final game. 1-0 pitch with the runner going. Bounce to second base. 1 run will throw home. They've got Healy. It's up play by Willie Randolph, Jim Hart. With the runner going, Randolph had no chance for the double play. We mentioned that Healy does not have that much speed. He got a late start from third base, and Randolph threw to Munson, and all Thurm had to do was block the plate, then tag the runner. So there are 2 outs. The put out, 4-2. Potek down at second base. Wolford on at first with the fielder's choice, and the batter's the center fielder Amos Otis. So you haven't been too bad luck after all, Jim.
I was going to say that's the kind of play that Joe and I can handle.
That's right. Now Figueroa now will deal with Amos Otis. And the right-hander sets. Pitch to Otis. Misses outside a ball. These you guys in that broadcasting business must have been looking at some of these baseball salaries.
I think Barbara's been looking at him.
I'm not going to say anything. 1-0 pitch. Hit in the air, foul in the upper deck down the right side. Not a play. Ball to strike now on Amos Otis. Well, I just hope it carries over into announcers on the sports side.
Yeah, we've been cheering her on.
So the counts are ball and the strike on Otis. 2 outs, 2 on. No score. We're in the top half of the 3rd inning. We're chatting with Jim Hartz of today. 1-1 pitch. Called strike 2. A good breaking ball by Ed Figueroa. Jim, you're here with your son, and he's quite a baseball fan. We took him down on the field, met a couple of guys.
Right, he was thrilled to meet Catfish Hunter, and of course it was good for me to see Yogi again. He's been on the Today program several times.
Yeah, Yogi's a regular.
Yeah.
Too high to Otis. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Outs, 2 on. No score. Top of the 3rd. Figueroa trying to pitch out of trouble. At one point this inning, the Royals had runners at 1st and 3rd and nobody out. But a strikeout by Figueroa. And a good heads-up play by Randolph. And there are 2 outs. 2-2 pitch. This is outside. The count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Otis. Speed on the bases for the Kansas City Royals. Little Freddie Potek down at second base. Young Wolford on at first, and they'll be off and running on this 3-2 pitch. On deck is George Brett, the 3rd baseman. Now Figueroa sets. Runners going. The pitch. Too high, and the bases are loaded. Potek at 3rd base. Wolford down at second. Otis on at first. And the batter is George Brett, the 3rd baseman. Brett has been up once. He was thrown out by Mason, the shortstop. Bats left-handed, but the Yankees will claim to hit the left field. Now Parra straightening up Rivers just a bit. Rivers moves a step towards center field. Brett batting at 289. Pitch to him. Too low a ball. No action in the Yankee bullpen. Might see somebody staring out there should Brett get a base hit. Because on deck is John Mayberry. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Brett. Swung on and fouled off on the left side. It's a ball and a strike. Potek back to 3rd base. Wolford back to 2nd. Otis back to 1st with 2 outs. Figueroa looking in at Munson for a sign. Runners lead. Here's a wind. And the 1-1 delivery. Swung on line down the left field line, but it'll slice foul into the seats. And it's a ball and 2 strikes on Brett. Now Figueroa back on the backside. And once again, the Royal runners go back. We'll see much better speed on the bases than those 3 guys out there now. Potek, Wolford, and Amos Otis. Figueroa under a bit of pressure here in the top of the 3rd. Trying to keep the Royals away from the plate. Time is called. Brett backs out. Now we're ready. Here's a 1-2 delivery to Brett. Swung on and fouled off again. Brett's a tough man to strike out. He just gets a piece of the ball. He has a quick bat. As I mentioned earlier, he led the American League in base hits last year with 195. But still a ball and 2 strikes on him. Jim Hart's catching is pretty tough. Of course, you've caught, you know how that ball really bangs your fingers around.
That's not all it bangs around. I was like Joe, but all I could do was stop knuckleballs with my legs and my shoulders.
Figueroa now with a new baseball. He wants another sign from Munson and gets it. He wants another one. Figueroa doesn't shake off like most catchers. Most pitchers, they use their glove or their head. He just uses that right hand. And just moves it back and forth when he wants another sign. Meanwhile, Brett backs out. Now he gets back in. Figueroa still looking. Now he's ready. And the 1-2 pitch. In the dirt. Nice block by Munson. That saved the wild pitch. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on George Brett. Oh, Brett wants to look at the baseball. Bases loaded with 2 outs. We're in the top of the 3rd.
You know, a lot of people have commented on it before, but it took Johnny Bench to do the most logical thing that you could imagine. Catchers for years have been putting their right hand up there to make a bigger target for the pitcher, and all he did was put his right hand behind him and saved all those broken knuckles and fingers and jammed fingers.
Yeah, that's right.
And now you see a lot of catchers doing that.
They've become one-handed catchers.
Yeah. Of course, with the bigger gloves, you can do that.
Yeah. Scoreboard has 3 balls and 2 strikes, but it's 2-2. Now Martin's going to come out. I wonder if something's wrong with Figueroa. Of course, it's a little tough, Jim Hart, when you don't speak much English. Figueroa out on the mound, along with Nettles, and now Munson's going out. And we've got to wonder if something might be wrong with Figueroa's shoulder, or nobody out there, as far as I know, would speak a little Spanish, except Martin might speak a little Portugueño.
He doesn't speak any English at all?
Very little, I think. Although Munson's saying something to him. Well, the confab out on the mound broke up. Nettles back to third base. Martin back to the dugout. Munson back behind the plate. The Royals still have the bases loaded with 2 outs. And now Figueroa's going to set. Maybe it is 3-2. The pitch, runner's going. Ball's fouled off, and it is 3 balls and 2 strikes. We lost a pitch someplace. Runners are moving on 3-2. And Brett fouled the ball off. Runner's going. Line. Mason's got it. He's got to play the first base. It's time. Mason with an excellent play going out behind second base and throwing on the first base and getting his man. And we should explain to you that while Figueroa was out on the mound, he went to his mouth and somebody called a ball on, and that's how that third ball got up there. You can't go to your mouth while you're on the mound, and that's why it got to be 3-2, and that's why the runners were going. So the Royals come up with no runs on 1 base hit, and they leave the bases loaded in the top of the 3rd. We go to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. The Royals nothing, the Yankees nothing.
To be refrigerated, so isn't it time to do chocolate drink? It's so delicious, chocolate drink.
What makes Yoo-Hoo the drink of champions? Yoo-Hoo has a great chocolate taste, rich and creamy and really refreshing. And Yoo-Hoo contains high-quality protein. It's made with 99% fat-free milk. It's different from other soft drinks, and it tastes better than other soft drinks. It's Yogi's favorite.
Isn't it time to do chocolate drink? It's so delicious, chocolate drink.
Try America's #1 chocolate soft drink, Yoo-Hoo, the action drink for action people.
Well, the Yankees Yankees get out of the third inning by not allowing the Royals to score after the Royals had runners at first and third, nobody out. Then also they got in a bit of a jam when Figueroa was charged with a ball when he went to his mouth, and it made it 3-2 instead of 2-2, and it got the runners moving. But Jim Mason came up with a sparkler behind second base and got George Brett for out number 3. Now we're in the bottom of the third, and Greg Nettles will lead off for the Yankees. Nettles having a tough time getting started. He's 4 for 32 so far this season. Busby's pitch to him is down low. Nettles started to go after it, but it dipped low and in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes. We'll have Nettles, Randolph, and Mason the bottom third of the Yankee batting order here against Busby. And Busby misses outside. It's 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0. Here's the 2-0 delivery. Nettles swings and lines it down the right field line. It's a foul ball. Got back in the corner where we can't see, down around the 310 mark, and it hooked foul. So Nettles now takes a long walk back. About the only two things about this stadium, Jim Hartz, at least from here, you can't see in that corner down the right field line nor down the left field line, but the sight lines every place else, it's great.
Yeah, for the fans, too, with all the posts gone, there are no bad seats anymore.
Every seat's a good one. But they made these seats just a little wider, too.
Yeah.
Because Americans are getting a little bigger.
Need them. You know, they kept just enough of the shape of the old stadium to make you know where you are.
Right.
But then the color scheme and the modernization of it really brings it into the last third of the 20th century here.
Right.
It's a beautiful place.
Pitch to Nettles is inside. It's 3-1. And that big scoreboard, they took the facade off the roof and put it all the way around there. That takes you back to the old stadium. 3-1 pitch is outside. Ball 4, and Nettles walks. Well, Nettles is the Yankees' second base runner. White walked in the first inning, but he was erased when Munson lined into a double play. Now Nettles is on at first base with nobody out, and here's Willie Randolph, the second baseman. Have you seen this kid on TV at all, Jim Hartz?
No, I haven't.
Oh, he is some kind of ball player. He can do all the things that me, you, and Garagiola couldn't do. He can run, he can hit, and he can field his position. Now the set by Busby. Throw the first base, and Nettles is back. But he's the kind of a kid, you look at him and you say, well, he can't miss. And that's what just about everybody said about Willie Randolph. They expect him to be around here the next 10, 15 years. Busby sets, and the pitch runner's going, swung on and missed, and a ball comes out of the glove of Healy, and Nettles is throwing the base. I think that's the case of the catcher trying to throw the ball before he got it, Jim.
Well, Randolph got out there and swung at the ball to distract him, too, which helped the runner.
I got the highest priced color man in the industry. No balls and a strike on Randolph. Nettles with the stolen base down to second.
Pleasure to be here. It really is.
It's always good to see you because I know how much you've enjoyed baseball and have wanted to see Yankee Stadium. 1 strike pitch to Randolph is in the dirt. Good scoop by Healy. It's a ball to strike. Well, people don't realize the hours you put in on today sort of restrict what you can do.
Well, it keeps you from going to night games.
Yeah. And you're usually too tired to go to day games. Here's a 1-1 delivery now to Randolph. Swung on and missed. Randolph trying to go to the right side with the slider. It's 2-1. No score, bottom half the third inning. Yankees and the Royals. But
see, the Scooter's celebrating its 20th anniversary.
20 years of doing Yankee baseball. 20 years. Before that, he played 17 with the Yankees as their all-time shortstop. Now Busby sets. Checks Nettles at second base. Still looking at it. The 1-2 pitch to Randolph. Swung on and missed. Came inside with a fastball, and Randolph swung over it. 1 away. Let's take 15 seconds for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions radio network.
Saratoga County's community service. The all-new 3WD. WWWD. Schenectady.
With Nettles down at second base and 1 away, the batter, Jim Mason, the shortstop who made that great play on George Brett to end the third inning, the top of the third. Saved a couple of runs. Maybe 3 because the runners were going and the bases were loaded. So Mason now has a chance to get the Yankees up 1-0 over the Royals. Busby taking a long look, taking a long time. Now he sets. And the pitch to Mason. Swung on, hit in the air to center field. Coming on is Otis. He's there with the glasses down, and he's got it. 2 down. Nettles back to second base, and that'll bring on Mickey Rivers. Jim Hartz, has been good chatting with you up here, and I hope that you enjoy the game, and I know that everything's going to be all right with today.
Bill, it's a pleasure to be here, and although it looked a little like rain earlier today, the sun has been in and out, and I'm sure the Yankees are going to have a fine afternoon before it's over.
Great stadium, as you mentioned. And come on again. Come on, join us again. Bring the kids out. Take over Steinbrenner's spot.
Will do.
All right. Now the set by Busby. And the pitch to Rivers. Down low, blocked nicely by Healy. 1-0. Time is called now. Healy wants to walk that ball out to Busby. And Rivers wants Jim Evans to look at it. He looks at it and rubs it up and gives it back to Busby. Well, a lot of talking going on tonight, or this afternoon. You say day games after night games, things slow down a little bit. Nettles off second with 2 outs. Despite the fact that he just finished talking to Healy, Busby still looks in for a sign. Now he backs off. Rivers backs out. Now he gets back in. Here's a set by Busby. Checks the runner at second base. Looks at him again. And the pitch to Rivers. Swung on, hit in the air, shallow left. Might be trouble. That ball is a foul ball as it just sails into the corner there, into the seats. Brett, the third baseman, was after, so was the left fielder Wolford, and even Freddie Potek was out there. Well, the count now, a ball and a strike on Rivers. Nettles takes a shortcut back to the mound. He'll go back to second base. Mickey batting at .277, 0 for 1, fouled out to Brett at third base his first trip. That was in the first inning. Now the set. And the pitch. Swung on and popped back behind the plate. Healy on the run after it. He cannot get to it. It's up on the screen. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Now Busby gets new baseball, walks back to the mound, rubbing it up. They're playing Rivers straight away and shallow in the outfield. They've got Wolford way in left field. Otis is center fielder, and Cowens out in right field. Ball does not seem to be carrying this afternoon. Nettles moves off second base. Busby looks at him. Now he looks in for a sign. Still looking. Now he's ready. He'll stop at the belt. And the pitch. Swung on, looped into shallow center, coming on is Otis, still coming, and it's a base hit. Ball between them. Nettles will score. Rivers takes a big turn at first base, but he'll have to go back there, and the Yankees have taken a 1-0 lead. Well, as shallow as the outfielders are playing, I don't see how that ball fell, but it fell out there between Otis, the center fielder, Platek, the shortstop, and White, the second baseman. Nettles scored easily, and the Yankees now lead it 1-0, and here's Roy White. For Rivers, that's his 9th run batted into the year. Chambliss leads the Yankees in RBIs. He's got 12. Now the number 2 man as far as RBIs are concerned on the New York Yankees. They didn't pick him up for that. They got him to steal bases and get on base. Now Rivers off first base. Is set. Looks like he might want to go. And he is going. It's a pitch out. Throw to second is not in time. The throw is too high. Well, they pitched out for Rivers, but it didn't make any difference. He got a good jump, and he's 6 for 6 now in the stolen base category. And the Yankees have just stolen their 16th base, and they've only been caught 3 times. Rivers has stolen 6 bases, Randolph 3, White 2, Alomar 1. And that should add up to 16. Of course, Munson and Nettles have 2 apiece, too, so that adds up to 16. So now Rivers down in scoring position. Here's the 1 ball. No strike pitch to White. Called strike. It's a ball to strike. Rivers down at second base with 2 outs. We're in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. The Yankees leading the Royals 1-0. The set by Busby. And the 1-1 delivery. Swung on, line fouled into the seats down the right side. And it's a ball and 2 strikes on White. Ball and 2 strikes to count on White. 2 outs. Rivers down at second base. 1-0 Yankees. Bottom half the 3rd inning. Now Busby's ready. And the pitch. Inside with a slider. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Busby went to his mouth, but he was not on the rubber when he did it. And you're allowed to do that. Just cannot do it on the mound. Now we're ready again. And the 2-2 pitch to White. Down low, ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Busby will go to the backside of the mound again. He goes to the mound. It's back up top. Full count on Roy White with 2 outs. Rivers at second base. Yankees ahead 1-0. Early in the ball game. We're the bottom of the 3rd inning. Busby's ready. And the pitch. Swung on and fouled back up under us. And it's still 3-2. Souvenir down there. That ball hit that screen and had to skip up into the mezzanine section. Down under us, we couldn't see it, but whoever caught it got a pretty good hand. So it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes on White. Munson swinging a bat with an Ellie Howard bat donut on it in the on-deck circle. Now Busby checks Rivers. The pitch to White. Swung on, hit deep to right, but foul into the upper deck. And it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes. looking. Now he likes what he sees and sets. Checks Rivers. And the payoff pitch. Swung on one hopper to Mayberry. Off his glove to right field. Rivers around third base. He'll score. White takes a big turn, but wisely holds at first base. And the Yankees now lead it 2-0. Blooping single to center field by Mickey Rivers and a shot off the glove of John Mayberry has given the Yankees a 2-0 lead. And here's Sir Munson. Munson lined into a double play in the first inning, so he's 0 for 1. Now we're going to get some action in the Royal bullpen. A left-hander's going to get up out there. And it looks like Steve Mingori, a left-hander. The first base and White's back. We mentioned to you that White has stolen a couple of bases for the Yankees. He hasn't been caught yet. He eases off first base and Busby checks him. Pitch to Munson. Swung on and fouled back upon the screen. No ball, one ball, no balls and a strike. On deck, Chris Chambliss. Jim Hartz, we thought this inning was going to be over about 10 minutes ago, and we got you, or you got us off the hook in the top of the third, but now instead of being bad luck for the Yankees, it looks like you've been good luck for the Yankees.
I think we figured out the secret. Say goodbye with 2 outs.
Aye. Throw back the first, and White's there safely. Now Busby sets. White edging a little further off first base. There he goes. The pitch is inside. Throw to second. Bounces up. Not in time. White stolen second base. You know, Jim, one reason the Yankee base runners are getting such a good jump, Busby has always had trouble holding guys on. Now, he's got a good move, but he gets that left leg up and keeps it up there a long time.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, that throw down to second base was my kind of throw.
One hopper to the second base.
I was pretty good at throwing it at the center fielder, too.
So White on at second base now with 2 outs. The count 1 ball and 1 strike on third. Munson. Yankees have a 2-0 lead. We're still in the bottom half of the third inning. Now Busby's ready. And the 1-1 pitch to Munson. Hit in the air to center field. Otis drifting back. Now he moves to his left, comes in a few steps, and he puts it away for out number 3. Well, we'd like to thank you for joining us, Jim. I've enjoyed it, and it's great to have you out here, and I say you got to come back again.
Bill, it's my pleasure, and I will.
Jim Hartz of today. After 3 full innings of play, the Yankees 2, the Kansas City Royals nothing.
right, William. I tell you that neither pitcher in a hurry to throw that ball, neither Figueroa nor Busby. And it's just a good thing this is not getaway day, and either team has to catch a plane. But the Yankees, with that sparkling base running again, Billy Martin, who loves to gamble. Although it wasn't much of a gamble. Busby is so slow and deliberate when he releases that ball. You got to feel sorry for Fran Haley. Got to rush his throws. All right, Big John Mayberry up as the Yankees go into their overshift on him. Nettles plays shortstop. Mason, Randolph, and Chambliss between first and second, and Figueroa's pitch is a curve over strike call. Mayberry struck out his first time up. Figueroa winds low and outside. 1-1. Cal McRae. The kick and the pitch way out in front, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strike. That's the same pitch that Figueroa struck Mayberry out on his first time up. Gives him a big motion. The arm comes around hard, but the ball just floats in there. He kicks again. Same pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Mayberry is struck out for the second time in the ball game. And that'll bring up Hal McRae, who walks. The Yankees, with sparkling defense in the third inning, kept the Royals from scoring. Great heads-up play by Willie Randolph. Cut off 1 run. The pitch to McRae, high ball 1. The strikeout by Figueroa cut off another one, and then Mason's fine defensive play on George Brett's smash saved another one. There's the strike on the outside corner, 1-1. On deck, Al Collins. The kick and the pitch in there, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Got a little hairy that last inning when Figueroa put his hands to his mouth and a ball was called without throwing a pitch. The 1-2 pitch, fouled back in the seats and out of play. Sun shining brightly right now. Miserable day when we started out from Jersey. Getting better all the time as Labe has whipped out his goodies here. Bought some buns, a little coffee, a little chill in the air. The 1-2 pitch. Ground ball to second base. Randolph is there. Up with it. That was a rough hop, and he throws him out. Boy, Willie gathered that right into his stomach on a short hop off the heel of his glove. Hey, the more you see this kid, the more you realize he can do it all. 2 out. Al Collins bounced into a double play his first time up. Fran Haley. High and outside, ball 1. Foul upstairs and out of play down the right side. Oh, what a catch by a fan up there. Holy cow, a leaping one-hand grab. Beautiful play. A little bit high with a breaking pitch. 2 balls and a strike. That upper deck is high. Youngster going for a foul ball a couple innings ago. Leaned over and his helmet fell all the way down below. Luckily, he was not in it, just the helmet, and they returned it to him. It's 3-1 now to Al Collins. With 2 out, nobody on. The Yankees in front 2-0 here in the top of the 4th. There's a base hit to right field. He golfed a low fastball. Oscar Gamble up with it. And that's the second base hit for Kansas City off Figueroa. Brings up Haley, who walked and stole a base in the third inning. Francis Xavier Healy. The pitch to Haley is low, ball one. He majored in history in college. Figueroa says, there goes Collins. The ball is drilled to right field at the base hit. They're going to have to hurry to hold Collins. Gamble fires it into Randolph. Randolph throw to the plate. Not in time. And Whitey Herzog stole a run there. He had Collins running. He would not have scored had he not been running. Gamble got to the ball, fired it to Randolph. His throw to Munson, not in time, and that was a single. And Collins scored all the way from first on a long single by Haley. That's what you call hustling. Big fella can pick him up and lay him down. So both managers like to play the running game. 2 men are out. Freddie Patek, who's single to right his first time up the batter. Figueroa set. There goes Haley. What a jump he got. Munson's throw will not be in time. Brad Haley fielded his second base of the ball game, and he got a jump on Figueroa that you wouldn't believe. He actually took 2 steps. Figueroa was looking right at him. For some reason, he had made up his mind to throw to the plate, and there was no chance for Munson to get Haley. There's a little looper over Chambliss' head. A base hit that's going to tie up the score. And Patek holds that first base, and the score is tied, and both teams have scored 2 runs on outstanding base running. And, of course, the clutch base hits. So we're all tied at 2 apiece again. And we told you the right-handers are going to right field, and that's the only way to hit Figueroa. He throws mostly sliders and curves going away from the hitters. Frank White now moves well up on the plate. White struck out. He struck out twice last night. So he's moving up on the plate to see if he can't get that curve before it breaks too much. Got to watch Patek now, who runs and is way up there in stolen bases every year. Patek now 2 for 2 in the ball game. Figueroa sets. The pitch fouled back, strike 1. 2-2 the score with 2 men out. There goes Patek. The pitch, the throw to second. They got him. What a throw by Munson that time. Now that just goes to show you, there's the fastest man on the team, and Munson throws him out. So the Royals come up with 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors, nobody left. At the end of 3 1/2, it's Kansas City 2 and the Yankees 2.
At any Jack in the Box restaurant, you can get a Jumbo Jack hamburger and French fries, or the Moby Jack fish sandwich, the Jack steak sandwich, crispy onion rings, vanilla chocolate and strawberry shake, the breakfast Jack sandwich, Coca-Cola, the super taco, hot lemon journalist. And these are just some of the good things you can get at Jack in the Box. Watch out, McDonald's. A world leader in miniaturized electronics presents a new kind of digital timepiece. Truly slim, incredibly beautiful. A precise 5-function timepiece built by Fairchild, one of the world's leading suppliers of precision electronics. One button tells you hours, minutes, seconds, month, and date. Comes in a complete line of men's and women's styles, yellow and white finishes. Extremely durable, water and scratch resistant. Priced from only $115. When it's time, think Fairchild at distinctive jewelers everywhere.
All right, the same exciting Kansas City Royals will be in tomorrow afternoon, for the final game of this 3-game set, it'll be Doc Ellis against Dennis Leonard. And that game will start at 2 p.m. We'll be on the air with our On Deck Circle show at 1:45. So we're all tied at 2-2 here in the bottom of the fourth. And first up will be Chris Chambliss, who fly to center field his first time up. So Steve Busby. Big, tall right-hander who has 2 no-hit, no-run games to his credit in his career. And the first pitch to Chambliss is popped up in shallow left field. It's going to be a long run for the left fielder. He's not going to get to it. And it drops in for a double. One bounce into the seats. Watzek was the only one with a chance. He couldn't reach it. The left fielder, Jim Wolford, who was very fast, was playing over in left center, and he couldn't get it. It hit about 2 foot fair. Bounced into the seats for a ground rule double. So Chambliss starts it off. And the batter now, Oscar Gamble, who lined hard to first base his first time up. Time is called now. For Chris Chambliss, that's his 3rd double of the year. George Brett comes over to talk with Busby now. They got Oscar Gamble batting 4 cents up there. Scoreboard still got a few bugs they got to work out of it. Nobody out. Brett is in at 3rd. And now Gamble asks for time at the plate. Busby sets. The pitch to Gamble. Curve high and tight, ball 1. Oscar came into this game batting .333. He's 0 for 1. He's down to about .325. Deck, Lou Piniella. Busby checks the runner at second. Now delivers to the plate. High fly, deep right field, way back there, way back. And against the wall, making a... Well, he dropped it! Holy cow, the right fielder dropped it! And going into second is Gamble, holding at third is Chambliss. As Al Collins tried... And Amos Otis played a one-handed. The ball hit the heel of his glove and dropped down. He was right against the fence, as far back as he could go. And it's an error charged to the right fielder. Gamble goes into second easily. Chambliss was tagging up and would have made third had he caught it, but could only get to third after he dropped the ball. A big break for the Yankees. I said that one-hand play looks good. Looks exciting to the fans, but the managers are very unhappy about it. Especially if you got to throw a ball. You got to waste a fraction of a second by catching it one-handed with the glove and then transferring it to the throwing hand, whereas if you catch it two-handed, you already got your throwing hand on the ball. So the Yankees get a big break, and the batter is Lou Piniella, who flied to center his first time up. I tell you, Collins thought that ball was out of here, as did I. But it bothered him more than me because he went back and was just looking up, and suddenly the wind just held it there. Wasn't quite ready for the ball. Hit the heel of his glove and bounced right down at his feet. The infield is back. Piniella with a chance to get some ribbies here. And Busby is pitching from a stretch position. Takes so much time, Piniella said, "Oh, let's hold it." Some other scores while Busby's getting ready. Minnesota leads Baltimore 1-0 into 2.5. Detroit 3, Texas 0 into 3. Oakland 5 and Cleveland 4 at the end of 2.5. Baylor, Don Baylor, has hit his second homer of the year in the third with 2 on. Here's the pitch to Piniella. Deep to left center field. That'll get one in, and tagging up is Gamble. Otis makes the catch. The run scores. Gamble's going to third, and he's got a slide, and he makes it. What a throw by Amos Otis. From deep left center field all the way in on a fly to George Brett. A long sacrifice fly by Piniella to drive in a run. Puts the Yankees out in front 3-2, and Gamble just barely made it to third, and he's got good speed. So Otis showed us something there. But the Yankees are out in front 3-2. And the batter now, Greg Nettles. Greg has walked, stolen a base, and scored. And now Whitey Herzog's going out to the mound to talk with his pitcher. And while he's talking out there, that'll give us time to pause for station identification. This is the home of champions, New York Yankee Radio Network.
Schenectady and Southern Saratoga County's community service. The all-new 3WD. WWWD. Schenectady.
Now the infield is pulled in. He's going to throw back to second and protest the play, say he left too soon. The umpire says no, he did not leave too soon. So Gamble is safe at third. Now the Royals move the infield in. Gamble at third with one out. The Yankees lead it 3-2. Here's the stretch by Busby. And the pitch to Nettles. Inside, ball one. Gamble, who slid head first, has that nice white pinstripe uniform, all dirty. He leads away. The kick and the pitch is on the outside corner, 1-1 as he pulled the string. One ball, one strike, one out. Busby sets again, checks Gamble. Still looking at him. Here comes Gamble. It's a beauty. There's another run. That throws Nettles out, but what a beautiful squeeze play. And the Yankees lead 4-2. I tell you, there's no way you can defense that squeeze play. Those Huckleberries just lay that ball down. And that was beautiful. That's an RBI for Nettles. Two out now, and nobody on. The Yankees ahead 4-2. Willie Randolph takes a pitch, high, ball one. Willie struck out his first time up. Busby winds. High, ball two, 2-0. Here's the pitch. Swing a drive to right center field, but moving to his right, Cowens, and one-hands it. He's still one-handed, that ball. The Yankees pick up 2 runs, 1 hit, 1 error, nobody left. At the end of 4, the Yankees 4 and the Royals 2. listeners in the New York area. The New York Nets play the 7th and deciding game of their semifinal series against the San Antonio Spurs tonight at the Nassau Coliseum. Tickets are available, but if you can't make it, the game will be carried right here on WMCA at 8 p.m. The courtside show starts at 7:45. So, after the Yankee game today, try and make it to the Nets against San Antonio at the Coliseum tonight. All right, the first pitch bounces to the third. Nettles knocks it down, can't make a play. And Frank White will be safe, and that'll be an error charge to Greg Nettles. Ball was hit right at Greg. Bounced up, hit the heel of his glove off his stomach as he rubs it now and bounced into foul territory. And now Munson's going to go out and talk with Figueroa and say, listen, young man, watch those runners at first. Give me a chance to throw them out. The batter is Jim Wolford. Yankees lead it 4-2. So Frank White leads off first. Figueroa's pitch inside almost hit him, ball one. Nobody out here in the top of the 5th. Throw to first base, but White back easily. Figueroa to the belt. His pitch right down the middle, strike called, 1-1. Jim Evans, the plate umpire, he uses the chest protector like the National League umpires inside his coat. Seems much more dangerous to me. The pitch, check swing, and he says no, he did not go after it. It's 2 balls and a strike. Well, the sun has gone back in. It's been like that all day. Ready for the 2-1 pitch. There goes White. The ball is looped to right field. That's going to be a base hit. And White will go to third. And I tell you, both these teams playing running baseball, and they're working every time they move. So Wolford singles. He didn't hit it hard. He was hit right off the hands, but high enough to get over Randolph's head in the right field. And now the Royals have runners at first and third, nobody out. And Amos Otis, the batter. Amos is fly to left and walked. Yankees in front, 4-2. Got to keep an eye on Wolford. He's got good speed. The stretch by Figueroa. The pitch, swing, and a miss, strike one. And all these right-hand hitters are going to right field. Montek has 2 base hits to right field. Healy has a hit to right field. Collins to right field, and Wolford to right field, and they were all right-hand batters. All 5 hits have gone the opposite way against Figueroa. Ed sets, throws to first base, but Wolford is back. Otis back into the batter's box again. Figueroa sets. The pitch, strike called on the outside corner, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Frank White leads off third. Jim Wolford off first. Figueroa stretches, throw to first, but Wolford back. That was not a good move. George Brett on deck. Figueroa gets a sign from Munson. Now the stretch. And the pitch high and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Trying to get Otis to nibble at a bad pitch. Right-hander ready. The pitch is a curve hit deep to center field. Rivers is going to get it, but tagging up is Wolford at first. He's going to make second. That's how deep it is. He goes to second base and makes it easily, and scoring is Frank White. And that ball was hit about 420 feet. Rivers going all the way back to the warning track. A sacrifice fly for Amos Otis. A run batted in for Amos. And the score now, the Yankees 4, the Royals 3. And the batter, George Brett. Brett has twice bounced to short. The last time, Mason making a brilliant play to throw him out with the bases loaded. So 1 out, Wolford down at second base. Otis really tagged that one. Figueroa sets. His pitch hit deep to left field, but it's slicing and fouled back into the stand. Brett continues to go the opposite way. Last night, he hit 4 balls to left field, got 2 base hits, single and a double. Today he has hit 2 to the shortstop, so he's not trying to pull that ball. He's just going with the pitch. On deck, John Mayberry. 1 man out. Pitch is hit to left field again, off the handle. White is there, though. Roy moves in now, makes the catch. That ball fooled him. So they're 2 away, and the batter now, John Mayberry. He's been up twice, struck out both times. Let's see how Billy Martin wants to play this. Even though Figueroa has struck Big John out twice, they got first base open with a right-hander McRae coming up next. And they're moving. Billy is moving his fielders around. Wait a minute. Now they're going to pitch to him. And the pitch, low and outside, ball 1. They don't want to give Mayberry anything inside. Big, strong left-hand batter. The pitch outside, ball 2, 2-0. Figueroa ready for the 2-0 delivery. Here it is, and it's low, ball 3, 3-0. Now let's see what Billy does. He has not signaled to give him an intentional walk. The pitch, ball 4. That's as close to an intentional walk as you'll get. So Mayberry goes to first. Wolford is at second. 2 men are out, and the batter, Hal McRae, who has walked and bounced to second. Four walks given up now by Ed Figueroa. He has struck out 3 and allowed 5 base hits and 3 runs. 2 men are out. Yankees lead at 4-3. The pitch is a curve on the outside corner, strike 1 call. Al Collins on deck. Runners lead at first and second. The kick and the pitch low and outside, 1-1. Figueroa sets. Delivers. It's high, ball 2, 2-1. Both pitchers have thrown a lot of pitches in this ball game. Even even though he lost last night, Catfish Hunter didn't throw too many pitches. He had at least 5 innings where he retired the Royals in order, 1, 2, 3. The pitch on the corner, strike 2, called 2-2. McRae batting .297. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 men on. And now Munson wants to go out and talk with Figueroa. Could be that Wolford, who's been out at second base a long time, might have picked up the signs, and Munson might want to go to a switch out there. So they break up the quick meeting. Ready to go. Runners lead off first and second. Here's the pitch. Slice foul down the right field line. Count holds at 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Mayberry leads off first. Wolford off second. The pitch hit to right field, but right at Gamble. That ball was hit hard, and he one-handed. A line drive. They continue to go to right, the right-hand hitters. For the Royals, a run on a hit, a Yankee error, and 2 men left. And at the end of 4 1/2, the Yankees 4 and the Royals 3.
Small wagon, then this is your year to say yes to the new Volare 4-door wagon. You see, Volare just happens to be the roomiest and most economical compact wagon built in America.
Yes, yes, it's the year to say yes at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Actual mileage may differ, but according to EPA estimates, the 6-cylinder Volare wagon with manual transmission got 30 miles per gallon highway, 18 city. And considering Volare wagon is also the roomiest small wagon built in America, there's only one thing left to say.
Yes, yes, it's the year to say yes at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
See the men who say yes at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer today.
The Yankees in front of this ball game, 4-3. We're coming to the bottom of the 5th inning, and remember, these same 2 teams meet tomorrow at 2 o'clock right here at New Yankee Stadium. For the Yankees, Jim Mason will lead it off. Steve Busby still out there on the mound. Been a lot of scoring for the few hits. The Royals have 3 runs on 5 hits, and the Yankees 4 runs on 4 hits. Each team has made an error, and each error has been costly. Jim Mason fly to center his first time up. And Busby's pitch is outside, ball 1. Busby winds again, delivers it full foul, almost got Elston Howard. By the ball boy all the way into right field. Al Collins coming over to retrieve it. 1-1 the count. Busby kicks, delivers a curve that hit his bat. It's strike 2, a ball and 2 strikes. It would have been ball 2, but Mason couldn't get the bat out of the way. On deck, Mickey Rivers. Yankees want to get somebody on base. They've been able to run wild against Busby. And not stealing on the catcher. They're certainly stealing on the pitcher. And the 1-2 pitch. Curve fouled back on the screen. The fan reached for that ball and fell out of his seat. Got the ball, though. Broke his glasses. Tore his jacket. And he's got a bald spot in the top of his head. That pitch is low and inside. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Steve Busby kicks, delivers. It's fouled over in the Yankee dugout. As we told you, takes a lot of time between pitches. He's ready now. Delivers a bouncing ball to second base. White comes in. Up, quick flip to Mayberry, and there's 1 out. That'll bring up Mickey Rivers. Mickey fouled out to third in the first inning, and singled to drive in a run in the third, and stole a base. His 6th of the year. He's yet to be thrown out. Comes way in at third base. 1 out, nobody on. Busby winds, and the pitch, he bluffs a bunt, takes it high, ball 1. In spring training, Mickey Rivers practiced that play where he'd fake a bunt and swing away, and it's a perfect spot to do it here. Every time he turns around, Brett comes charging in. Pitch, and he hits one high to right field. Might be out of play. White and Mayberry over. That ball is back into the seats about 5 rows, and it's 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Yankees leading by 1 run here, 4-3 in the bottom of the 5th. He's ready. And the 1-1 pitch, changeup high and outside, 2-1. Big outfielder cover here at Yankee Stadium. He bunts down third, but it goes foul. Man, does he get a running start. That ball had stayed fair. Brett couldn't have shot him out. 2-2. Mick slowly walking back. Picks up the bat. Count is even at 2-2. And the curve is bounced to second base. A high hopper. And the throw to Mayberry, and he just does get his foot on the bag. White threw the ball to Mayberry before Big John had his foot planted. And just because he knew where the bag was, the reason they got Rivers. So they're a 2 away, and Roy White, the batter. Roy has walked, singled, to drive in a run, and stole a base. Yankees had 3 stolen bases in the 3rd inning. Two out, nobody on. On deck, Thurman Munson. Kick and the pitch to Roy is hit deep to right field, but right there is Cowens, and this time he catches it two-handed. 3 up, 3 down for the Yankees, and at the end of 5, New York 4, Kansas City 3.
hugging the knees of smart women all over America. Here's what the women of Denver say.
They hug you, hold you, never let you go. Never fall down over your shoes and embarrass you. They're comfortable for style, looks, and comfort. And I would recommend legs, knee highs. They don't wrinkle. They don't fall down.
A comfy, nice feeling on your legs.
Legs, knee highs really had something going for it with that wide band. They still fit the same way at the end of the day as they fit when you put them on in the morning. And I like that.
Try Legs Knee Highs and experience the gentle hug of our extra-wide comfort band. That hug gives you a comfortable fit that stays put without putting you in a bind. And like all Legs products, our knee highs are completely guaranteed, no matter what. Details at your Legs boutique. Buy Legs Knee Highs and get your hug today.
Feels good. The whole thing is comfort, I think.
Was sharp in the first 2 innings. In the third inning, he got in trouble, but got out of it due to some excellent fielding and pitching by Figueroa. He had walked 2 and given up a base hit, but they didn't score. In the fourth inning, though, the Royals scored 2 runs off Figueroa with 3 base hits and 2 stolen bases. In the fifth inning, they picked up 1 more run, so Billy Martin figured, well, that's enough for Figueroa today. Gets him out of there, and Dick Tidrow comes on. Tidrow has won 1 loss, none, making his 4th appearance of the year. He's worked 7 2/3 innings, allowed 8 hits and no runs. Can't do any better than that. He's walked 2 and struck out 6. Working to Al Collins, Fran Healy, and Freddie Patek in the top of the 6th. Richard William Tidrow. He's 6'4", 230 pounds. He was born in San Francisco, but he now lives in Kansas City, Missouri. And that's the home of the Kansas City Royals. Steps in. He has hit into a double play and single to right and scored all the way from first on a single back in the 4th inning. The pitch is on the corner, strike 1. Of the 3 runs allowed by Figueroa, 2 of them are earned. Collins, a right-hand batter. Tidrow with the high kick and a swing and a miss at a breaking pitch, strike 2. Hitters must look at that leg and not follow that ball all the way. Yankees in front 4-3. The pitch, he loops one foul that Chambliss cannot reach, goes back into the seats just over the Yankee dugout. Tidrow not throwing any fastballs to Collins. The 0-2 pitch just missed. Almost had Collins fishing for that sidearm curveball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the sun is out again. The 1-2 pitch, ground ball. Nice play by Tidrow. I don't know how he caught that one, but he did and throws him out. That was a wicked one-hopper. Right now, let's pause for station identification. This is the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
Schenectady and Southern Saratoga County's community service. The all-new 3WD. WWWD. Schenectady.
By the batter, Fran Healy, and on the first pitch, he checked his swing, fouled it off, and it knocked Munson's mask off. Thurman shaken up a little bit, takes the mask off, kneeling down, and just now he puts it back on again. Last night, Nestor Shylock got creamed by a foul tip on the mask, and it cracked Nestor's mask. One strike on Healy, who has walked, a single, and has 2 stolen bases. Tried to go to right, but fouled it way off to the right. Back into the seats. 0-2. Healy came into this game only 1 for 17. He is 1 for 1 now. Tidrow's pitch a little bit high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. On deck, Freddie Patek. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good breaking pitch by Tidrow, and he picks up his first strikeout. Brings up little Freddie Patek. He has singled twice to right field. The pitch to Patek, high and outside, ball 1. Delivery. Low, ball 2, 2-0. 2 out, nobody on. Yankees scored 2 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, and the Royals 2 in the 4th and 1 in the 5th. There's a strike to Patek, 2-1. Tidrow doesn't take much time. Delivers, and it's low. Scooped up by Munson, 3-1. The 3-1 pitch is low, ball 4, and Patek is on. And again, we'll have to keep our eye out. First walk given up by Tidrow. Patek, though, was caught stealing in the 4th inning. Frank White, the batter, he has struck out, reached on an error, and scored. His was the unearned run that the Royals picked up. Tidrow ready. Throw to first base. Patek is back. Another quick throw to first. Patek dives back. We mentioned both clubs playing a running game, and it's paid off. The kick and the pitch is on the inside corner, strike 1 called. Patek leads away. Quick throw over there, and he dives back again safely. Yankees in front 4-3. Top of the 6th, 2 out. Another quick throw, and he has to dive back. And Patek asks the time. He's got ideas of going, and Tidrow knows it. Patek still knocking the dust off his uniform. Now he's back on first. Nothing in 1, the count on White. The pitch is fouled off to the left side, nothing in 2. Now Tidrow can bear down on White. Ahead of him, no balls, 2 strikes. Patek might try going. Got a little bigger lead out there. Here's a stretch by Tidrow. He doesn't go and checks his swing. He said he did not swing at it. The first base umpire, it's a ball and 2 strikes. Tidrow gets the sign from Munson. Quick throw to first. Hotek jumps back this time. And White steps out of the batter's box. Frank White, that is. Ready for the 1-2 pitch. Line to left field and a fair ball. They're going to have to hurry now that Hotek can fly. White up with it. Fires it to Mason. The throw to the plate. And he's out at the plate on a great relay. From White to Mason to Munson. I said you got to give Munson credit there. That was a tough ball to handle. Came in on 2 hops. He scooped it up and put the tag on a speedy Hotek. Beautiful relay. As we'll give White a double on that. And the play goes 7-6-2 to cut down Hotek. And for the Royals, no runs. On a base hit, no errors, a man left. And at the end of 5.5, it's still the Yankees 4, the Royals 3.
I want a beer like no other beer. I'm shaved for people.
Consistency makes a great beer, and Schaefer's consistently great tasting every single time because Schaefer's brewed the old world way. Kreuzening, we call it. Since 1842, Kreuzening, the extra step of brewing twice, has kept Schaefer consistently fresh and crisp, consistently great tasting beer after Schaefer beer.
Schaefer Brewing Company, New York, New York.
Well, I'll tell you, the Yankee defense has really been spectacular today, outside of one error, although it did cost an unearned run. Great play by Willie Randolph in the third to get a runner at the plate, by Mason in the third to save 2 runs. Here again, great hustling by Roy White, Mason, and Thurman Munson saved another run. So the Yankees lead at 4-3, and now Thurman Munson lined into a double play in the first inning and fly to center in the third. This is the bottom of the 6th. The pitch to Munson is a ground ball at third base, one-handed by Brett, and throws Munson out. A nice play by George Brett. He made it look easy. It'll bring up Chris Chambliss. Chris has fly to center and double a left and scored. Now Chambliss, let's see how many game hitting streak that is for Chris Chambliss. Chambliss has now hit in 8 straight games. Pitch to Chris is a strike call. Lou Piniella also has an 8-game hitting streak, but in this game he's 0 for 1. Swing and a miss, strike 2 to Chambliss. Busby gets the sign from Healy. windup. Pitch just outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One out, nobody on. Yankees lead 4-3, bottom of the 6th. Curve is fouled back on the screen. On deck, Oscar Gamble. Busby into the windup. Popped up in shallow center, going back White and Patek. Patek calling for it and makes the catch in shallow center field. 2 men are out, and now Gamble. Gamble lined hard to first and fly deep to right. That was a play on which Al Collins tried to one-hand it and dropped it. He was charged with an error. So 2 out, nobody on. And he takes too much time, so Gamble asks for time. Busby ready now. His pitch is over, strike 1 called. Busby's got to be the slowest pitcher in the American League, at least that we've seen so far this year. Low 1-1. Shadow is starting to get out to the pitcher's mound now. Remember, tonight you got to set your clocks ahead 1 hour when you go to bed. Change up outside, 2-1. Time is called. The plate umpire, Jim Evans, going out. There's a rubber ball on the field. Picks it up and throws it over in the Royals dugout. Two balls, 1 strike. Lou Piniella on deck. Pitch to Gamble is high and outside, 3-1. Gamble's foot, and it's a full count. Yankees have had only 3 hits. Before I told you 4, the scoreboard had 4. But as we check our scorecard, they only have 3 hits. 1 by Rivers, 1 by Roy White, and a double by Chris Chambliss. The payoff pitch. Foul tip off home plate. So Gamble stays alive. He's going to throw that ball out of play. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. The kick and the pitch is a check swing foul just below it. Gamble was fooled on the pitch, tried to hold up, and just did get a piece of it. Busby winds, and a bouncing ball to first base. Mayberry has it, flips to Busby in time to get Gamble. So the Yankees get down in order, nothing across. And at the end of 6 full innings, it's the Yankees 4, the Royals 3. final 3 innings of this ball game. And it's been a very slow ball game, very exciting ball game. Slow in the sense of time, but not in excitement. There have been outstanding plays on both sides. Spots of outstanding pitching. Some not so outstanding. Clutch hits, stolen bases. A lot of things going on here at New Yankee Stadium. And one of the things going on is that Jim Wolford is leading off. And settling slowly into the seat is Big Frank Messer.
Okay, Scooter, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. And we hope it's a nice day wherever you're listening to New York Yankee baseball. First pitch is fouled off, or strike. And Scooter, before we go any further, we want to say hello to an old buddy of ours, Horace Clark, who is listening to our game this afternoon down in the Virgin Islands.
How do you like that? I bet you Horace is down there doing a little snorkeling.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, can't beat that weather down there.
Wolford, right-hand hitter, and the one-strike pitch. Gets the outside corner for strike 2 from Tidrow. Marty Appel, who is the publicity director for the Yankees, had a letter from Horace's wife, Hilda, saying that they listen to every Yankee game down in the Virgin Islands. Wolford fouls this one off. So you have unexpected listeners. So balls, 2 strikes on Jim Wolford. Okay, Scooter, with that you can leave. Check swing, low and away. 2 strikeout on Wolford. The pitch coming, and he checks his swing again and is slowing outside. Wolford so far in this ball game as the leadoff hitter has gone 1 for 3. Pops this one up. Chambliss coming in toward the plate, and the ball drops between Chambliss and Nettles. Wolford is on his way to second, and he'll make it there. Chambliss was coming down from first, Nettles coming in from third. Munson went out from behind the plate, and the ball actually hit between all 3 of them. And Wolford winds up at second base. It will be scored a 2-base hit, as Joe Trimble, the official scorer, says. That's a 2-base hit, believe it or not. So a gift for Wolford, putting the tying run at second base, nobody out. The second hit off Tidrow, number 7 in the ball game for Kansas City. The Yankees with a 4-3 lead. Wolford has good speed at second base, and the batter is Amos Otis. Otis in this game is 0 for 1. Line to left, walked, and drove in a run with a long sacrifice fly to center. Tidrow sets and deals. The pitch is hit in the air down the right field line. That's going to be trouble if it's fair. And it is a fair ball in the corner. The tying run is scoring. The throw goes to second base, but not in time. A 2-base hit for Amos Otis into the right field corner, just inside the line. And the Royals have tied it up 4-4. And now George Brett after back-to-back doubles. Brett has grounded out twice to Mason and flied to left. Mason has made 2 outstanding fielding plays in the ball game. One on George Brett's ground ball with the bases loaded. The other on a relay that threw a runner out at the plate. A bunt, pop foul behind the dish, out of play. Amos Otis at second with a go-ahead run, and Brett trying to get him to third. It is Tidrow's game to win or lose now, as Figueroa no longer figures in the decision. The pitch coming, swung on, bounced to first, and it is a foul ball as Chambliss gets to it behind the bag. No balls, 2 strikes on George Brett. Brett had 195 base hits last year to lead the American League. Figueroa, who started this game for the Yankees, said that Brett was the toughest hitter in the league for him to get out. The 0-2 pitch to him. Lined and over the glove of Mason, base hit into left field. Otis goes down to third and holds on as the throw comes in from White. So the Royals, rallying here, have tied the ball game up. They now have runners at first and third, nobody out. And the batter will be John Mayberry. Fred lined that one. Mason went back, reached up for it, couldn't quite reach it. Munson is now out talking to Tidrow, and John Mayberry waving the bat around behind home plate. Figueroa struck Mayberry out twice and then walked him. Speaking of walking, Billy Martin has taken a walk to the mound. Martin slowly out. He has a right-hander and a left-hander throwing out in the bullpen. The attendance figures are being announced. The paid attendance, 16,034. Martin still chatting with Munson, Tidrow, and Nettles, and now the plate umpire. Jimmy Evans walks out to the mound, and Billy Martin will make a pitching change. He wants a left-hander, and I believe it is Ken Brett. See in just a moment. Danny Bartolucci, do we have scores of other games? No ticker again?
Kmart presents the Goof-Proof Picture Perfect Guarantee.
It's picture perfect. You pay for only perfect pictures.
That's perfect.
Picture this.
Professional borderless color silk finish.
No smudge print at Kmart prices.
Goof-Proof Picture Perfect Guarantee.
At Kmart, a complete camera shop.
Complete with camera expert.
And everything Kmart is famous for.
Low prices.
Convenient hours.
One-stop shopping.
Free parking.
Etc.
May I help you, sir? Yes, look at this print. Solid black. What was the reading on your light meter? I don't know. I couldn't see it. It was dark. Here's your refund. I know. That's your...
Goof-Proof Picture Perfect Guarantee.
You take your best shot.
And then pick your prints.
Charming.
And a lot less expensive.
What are you doing?
I'm looking for the best place to have our film process. Okay, Alice, I found it.
Now, through April 24th, you can get 2 rolls of Focal 126 12 exposure color print film for just $1.44 at Kmart.
Ford Pinto Pony, Chevette, Datsun V210, Toyota Corolla. 4 of the leading small cars in America. The Ford Pinto Pony, the Chevette, the Datsun V210, the Toyota Corolla. If you're thinking of buying one of them, here's something you should know. In Ford performance tests certified by the United States Auto Club using standard engines and transmissions, Pinto Pony won the hill climbing test, won the road passing test, won the acceleration to highway speed test. It's easy to see why Ford's Pinto outsells Datsun V210, Toyota Corolla, Chevette, and all other small cars like them in America. And even with this great performance, Ford's Pinto Pony still has EPA ratings of 38 miles per gallon highway, 25 city. Your mileage may vary. California ratings are lower. Great mileage, great performance. Conduct your own Pinto test at your local Ford dealer.
No earned runs. 3 base hits. 2 walks and 3 strikeouts for Sparky. He'll be pitching to John Mayberry with the go-ahead run at third. Also a runner at first and nobody out. Dick Tidrow pitches 1 inning, allows 4 hits. 1 walk and 1 strikeout. So far, 1 run has been charged to the record of Tidrow. And the base runners at first and third are his responsibility. picked up on the third base side. Nettles coming in under it down the line and makes the catch in foul territory. There's one away as Mayberry is retired by Lyle. And now right-hand hitting Hal McRae. McRae today has walked, grounded out to second, and lined out to the right fielder, Oscar Gamble. The Yankees will set the infield up in double play depth with Mason and Willie Randolph playing back. Chambliss holds on the base runner at first, George Brett, and Nettles stays in fairly shallow at third, just about even with the bag. And now time is called as Mason wants to come in to talk to Sparky Lyle. Probably to be sure Lyle knows who will be covering second base on a ball hit back up the middle or back to the pitcher. Always good the pitcher knows who is covering. He knows who to throw to in case both men are breaking toward the bag. By both men, I mean the shortstop and the second baseman. Runners lead away, and here's the pitch to McRae. High for a ball. Scores tied 4-4 here in the seventh inning. The next pitch swung on and line foul into the crowd down the left side. 1 ball and 1 strike to Hal McRae. McRae leads the Royals and runs batted in with 9. His batting average is .289. Here's the pitch. Low. Dug out of the dirt by Munson. 2 balls and 1 strike. First and third, 1 out. Lyle comes set. Sparky kicks and deals. Breaking ball is hit on the ground and backhanded by Mason. The throw to second is not in time and the run scores. Mason deep in the hole as the ball got by Nettles. Mason backhanded it going to his own right. Made an off-balance throw to Randolph at second, but not in time to get Brett going in. So it'll be a base hit and a run batted in, and Kansas City now leads 5-4. Will be Al Collins, the right fielder, right-hand hitter. Al McRae gets his 10th RBI. That is the 4th hit in the inning. The go-ahead run is charged to the record of Dick Tidrow. Now runners at first and second, and the pitch, breaking ball is over, strike 1. There is 1 away. Randolph and Mason shade just a little bit to the left side as you look at the infield. Chambliss very wide at first. Nettles is in at third, and here's the pitch. A foul down the third base line and flagged down by the coach, Chuck Hiller. The outfield plays Collins a bit toward left. Lyle steps off the mound, goes to the rosin, blows on his pitching hand. Brett at second, McRae at first. 2-strike pitch to Collins. Rip foul again outside of third. Again, Lyle goes for the rosin. Sparky has the sign from Munson. Hands at the belt. The kick, the pitch. Fastball is lined up the middle, base hit in center field. That'll score another run. As Brett rounds third, the ball gets away from Rivers, and he may get an error now as the runner goes from second to third. McRae moving up an extra base. It'll be a base hit on a run batted in. And an error will be charged to Rivers on the runner at first, McRae going to third. We'll pause 15 seconds for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
Schenectady and Southern Saratoga County's community service. The all-new 3WD. WWWD. Schenectady.
steps in. Runners first and third, one out, and the pitch to Healy. Breaking ball is over, strike one. Royals now lead 6-4 on the last play. Of course, a base hit for Collins and a run batted in, and the error comes into play with McRae going all the way to third. Next pitch, swing and a miss on the breaking ball, strike two. They play Healy about the same as they did the previous batter, Collins. The infield shades a bit to the left, the outfield just a step or two around toward left. Sparky pumps and deals, and the pitch is fouled off. The Royals have come up with 3 runs here in the top half of the 7th and have taken a 6-4 lead. The set by Lyle, and the 2-strike pitch to Healy. It's on the way. Walk on and miss, strike 3. Sparky picks up his first strikeout. And now the shortstop, Fred Potak. Tidrow's record is now complete. He pitched 1 inning, allowed 3 runs, 4 hits. Struck out 1 and walked 1. The 3 runs charged to Tidrow are all earned. Potak gets a ground ball to Mason's left off his glove and arm through into left center field. 1 run is home as the ball is chased down by White, thrown to second base. They have Potak hung up. Randolph chased him to first, throws to Chambliss. Another run scores as Potak stays in the rundown, and he's finally tagged out on Mason's throw back to Chambliss. But the run does count. So the Royals in the inning pick up 5 runs. Say 6 base hits will get the scoring on the play on the last ground ball. At the end of 6.5 innings of play, the score is Kansas City 8 and New York 4.
You're gonna be surprised, but don't be surprised by the nice little extras from AMCO. If you don't want your car in a repair place all week, take it to where most transmissions get done in one day. Take it to AMCO. Double A. Driving a General Motors, Ford, Chrysler, or American Motors car? Doesn't matter. Nobody knows your car's transmission better than any of the greater New York AMCO centers. They do things right. Have a Jumbo Jack hamburger on Staten Island. A breakfast Jack sandwich in Boston. A hot lemon turnover in St. Louis. Crispy onion rings in Denver. A Moby Jack fish sandwich in Malibu. A super taco in Honolulu. Jack in the Box restaurant. All the way from the Hawaiian Islands to Staten Island. Watch out, McDonald's.
On the last play, credit Potak with a base hit and a run batted in. Delivering Al McRae from third base. Collins scored as Potak got caught in a rundown between first and second, but Potak kept it going long enough for Collins to score, and the rundown play went from left field to second base to first to short to first, or if you score by the numbers, 7-4-3-6-3. But give Potak a run batted in, and run number 8 scores as Potak was running back and forth between first and second. So the Yankees are down by 4 as Lou Piniella will lead off the bottom half of the 7th inning. Royals get 5 runs on 6 hits. There was a Yankee error and nobody left. Fly twice to center field. One was a sacrifice fly, so Lou has an RBI and he's over 1. First pitch to him from Busby. Trying to check his swing, and did he? Yes, he did. Ball 1. Jim Evans asked for help from Joe Brinkman at first on the call. 1 ball and no strikes. Busby whips it down. Pinella cuts on it, loops it out into right field. Base hit. So Pinella keeps his hit streak going. Ball is run down and right by Collins, and Pinella holds at first base. He hit that one right off the fists, and he's shaking his right hand. But the Yankees get the leadoff man on. And Pinella runs his hitting streak to 9 straight games. He has hit safely in all 9 games in which he has appeared. That is only the 4th hit of the ball game for the Yankees, who trail 8-4. The Royals have 8 runs on 12 hits. The Yankees 4 runs on 4 hits. And Greg Nettles steps in. Nettles has walked and hit a sacrifice with a squeeze play on to drive in a run. Curve is low for a ball. Going to shift the defense around to the right side now. Montek goes almost behind the bag at second, and Nettles hits a line drive base hit out of the right center. Otis runs the ball down. Pinella's on his way to third. There will be no throw there. Throw comes into second, and the Yankees have runners on the corners. Base hit number 5 for New York. The long top half of the 7th inning rest may have hurt Busby, because it helped him to the extent of 5 runs to give him an 8-4 lead, but may have taken away some of his sharpness. At any rate, runners at first and third, nobody out, and the batter is Willie Randolph. Randolph has struck out and flied to right. They really move around to the right side. They don't figure Randolph to pull as Otis goes well over to right center. Fielder Wolford in left center field. Wolford is very shallow out there in left center. However, the infield shades him the other way, with Montek over in the hole at short and White towards second. The pitch is in the dirt, dug up by Healy, ball 1. A left-hander and a right-hander throwing in the Kansas City bullpen. No strikes to Willie Randolph. Pinella leads away at third. Nettles off first. The set by Busby and his pitch. Swing and a miss on a slider. Greg Nettles down at first base, off to a very slow start. That was only his 5th base hit of the season. Willie Randolph, meanwhile, is batting .357. According to the scoreboard. According to our statistics sheet, he would not be that high. Here's the pitch to him. It is looped out into left center field. It's going to be a long run for everybody. Nobody will get it. Base hit. Pinella's in to score. Neither Wolford, the left fielder, nor Otis, the center fielder, nor Montek, the shortstop, could get to it as the ball drops in. Nettles stopped at second. Willie Randolph has a base hit and a run batted in, and it's an 8-5 ball game with Jim Mason, the batter, and Galen Cisco, the pitching coach, goes to the mound. The Yankees, with 3 straight singles here in the bottom half of the 7th inning, are fighting back. Mason will try to keep it going. Cisco is going to leave the right-hander Busby in there. On orders, of course, from manager Whitey Herzog. And now Brett, the third baseman, looks over into the Kansas City dugout. Wants to know how they want him to play. Mason up with Brett and Mayberry, both pitch. Mason swings and misses on a fastball. No balls, 2 strikes. Nettles is at second. Randolph at first. Nobody out. Kansas City leads 8-5. Busby starts his motion. Looks back at second for Nettles. And the pitch to Mason. Check swing. It's a ball. 1-2. Call made there by third base umpire Nestor Shylock on the check swing. Again, the runners lead. Stretched by Steve Busby. And the 1-2 pitch to Mason. Low and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mason has a bit of a gap out in right center field as Otis shades a few steps toward left. When Mason has his stroke down, he can hit the ball into right center. Right now, the 2-2 pitch to him. Here it comes. Popped up. Foul on the third base side. Brett is after it. In foul territory, Brett makes the catch. So there's one away the runners have to hold. We have the top of the Yankee batting order now, Mickey Rivers. A little conference down near third base with Pontek, Busby, and the third baseman Brett involved. And here comes Whitey Herzog, the Kansas City manager, and that does mean a pitching change. With the left-hand hitting Mickey Rivers coming up, Herzog wants the left-hand relief pitcher. So the pitching change will be made by Kansas City. Looking a little bit ahead, the Yankees play, of course, here tomorrow at Yankee Stadium, a game which will see Doc Ellis pitch for New York. And a young man from Brooklyn pitching for the Kansas City Royals. A young man by the name of Dennis Leonard. Ellis is 1-0, Leonard is 0-1. And that game winds up this homestand. The Yankees have their longest road trip of the season coming up. 11 games in 2 weeks. And we'll tell you who they'll be playing when they get back here. Steve Mingori is the left-hander coming out in relief. Mingori got a save last night, pitching 1/3 of an inning. Inning, walked Willie Randolph, and got Oscar Gamble on a foul pop-up to the catcher, which ended the ball game. So Mingori on in relief here in the bottom half of the 7th inning, with Kansas City leading 8-5. The Yankees on the road trip will play 2 games against the Rangers in Arlington, Texas. 3 games in Kansas City, 3 games in Anaheim against the California Angels, and 3 games against the Oakland A's in Oakland. The Yanks return to the stadium on May 11th, 12th, and 13th against the Detroit Tigers. Former Yankee skipper Ralph Houck will bring the Tigers in with long ball hitters Rusty Staub and Willie Horton. Following the Tigers, the Baltimore Orioles come in for 3 games. On May 14th, 15th, and 16th. It will be the Orioles' first appearance in the new Yankee Stadium, as it will be for the Tigers, of course. So we invite you to make your ticket plans in advance for the next homestand of the Yankees. Tickets to all Yankee home games are on sale here at the Yankee Stadium box office. The advanced ticket windows from 9 to 5 Monday through Saturday and 10 to 5 on Sunday. Tickets are also available at more than 100 Ticketron locations throughout the metropolitan area, including the Yankee Ticketron office at Grand Central Station. That's on the mezzanine level. Mingori completes his warm-up throws, and Mickey Rivers steps in. Left-hander against left-hander. One out. Runners at first and second. The Yankees down by 3. Mingori kicks and deals a sidearm breaking pitch outside. Ball 1 to Rivers. Rivers is 1 for 3 in the ball game. He has batted in a run, scored a run, and stolen a base. Mingori comes into the belt. Another sidearm pitch is hit in the air to right center. Coming hard is Amos Otis, the center fielder, and misjudged it or lost it in the sun. The ball falls in. Now the runners are moving. Here comes the lead runner, Nettles, around third. He scores standing up. Randolph goes to third and Rivers to second, as Otis either misjudged the ball or lost it in the sun. He overran it coming in. Scored a double and a run batted in for Rivers, and it's now an 8-6 ball game. The runners were holding up, of course, thinking Otis would catch the ball, and Otis really should have caught it. But we'd have to imagine that he lost it in the sun. So the Yankees now have the tying run at second base, in the person of Mickey Rivers. Willie Randolph's at third, and the batter is Roy White. A stretch, a set, a kick, and a pitch. Curveball is hit on the ground as shortstop. And they've got Rivers hung up between second and third. He's being chased by White. The throw goes to Pontac, and Pontac tags him out. Randolph has scored, and on the rundown, Roy White goes to second. The Yankees still have the tying run at second base, but now with 2 outs. It's a fielder's choice, a run batted in for Roy White, giving him his second RBI of the ball game. And Willie Randolph is out on a play that went from shortstop to the third baseman to the second baseman back to the shortstop. Or if you score by the numbers, 6-5, 4-6. Herzog is out again, and with the right hand hitting Munson coming up, he wants another pitcher in this ball game. Will come in to work to Thurman Munson with the tying run at second and 2 down. And the right-hander will be Al Fitzmaurice. So Fitzmaurice becomes the third pitcher of the inning. Let's see what he has done this year. He's been in 3 ball games and won 2 of them. That's what he's done. 2 wins and no losses. This is his first relief appearance. He has started his other 3 times. He has 1 complete game. No, it's not Al Fitzmaurice. It's Doug Bird. I beg your pardon. A 29 instead of a 39. Can't read the 2s and 3s today. Doug Bird. I thought it was strange they bring Fitzmaurice in, so it is Doug Bird. Bird will pitch to Munson with White at second. Well, let's see what Bird has done. He's 1-0 in 5 appearances. He started once. This is his 5th relief turn. In 15 innings, he's allowed 4 runs, walked 8, struck out 7, and has given up 11 hits. 1 win, losses, an earned run average of 2.35. The seventh inning, very productive for both clubs. The Royals scored 5 in the top half of the inning. They were down 4-3 and came back to take an 8-4 lead. Now the Yankees have got 3 of them back, and the Yankees trail by 1 run. Thurman Munson is 0 for 3. Lined into a double play, fly to center, and grounded out to third. Bird, tall and slender, 6'4", 180. Munson takes his time getting ready at the plate. White leads away at second base, 2 down. They play Munson up the middle, and the pitch is swung on, hit on the ground, and it is through the left side. Taken in shallow left by the shortstop Pontac on a backhand stab, but no chance for a play. A base hit for Munson. Roy White goes to third and holds on. So the Yankees now have the tying run at third with 2 outs. And it's up to Chris Chambliss. And here comes Herzog again, and he's going to make another pitching change. Herzog used 5 pitchers in the ball game last night. And he's going to bring on his 4th pitcher so far in this one. Bird, who was brought in just to pitch to Munson. Thurman hit a ground ball in between the third baseman and the shortstop Pontac. It was not well hit. Pontac was able to run it down and make a backhand stab of it in shallow left field, preventing White from scoring. And that in itself could be an extremely big play in the ball game for Kansas City. It all depends on what Chris Chambliss does against the new pitcher. And we will look very carefully at the number and see it is. That's a 37 and not a 27, right? It'll be Ray Sadecki, a left-hander. Sadecki appeared in last night's game. Ray Sadecki, a one-time pitcher for the New York Mets, among many other ball clubs. He pitched a third of an inning last night. Chambliss with his hands in his hip pockets, keeping him warm. We'll watch Sadecki warm up. In the major leagues, Sadecki has been with the Cardinals and the Giants and the Mets and the Cardinals again, and now Atlanta and now Kansas City. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major league clubs for him. He was with the Mets in 70, 71, 2, 3, and 4. Sadecki has been in 2 ball games already this year, making his 3rd appearance, 2 1/3 innings, no record. He has allowed no runs, 2 hits, 3 walks, and no strikeouts. Chambliss in a clutch situation with runners at first and third, 2 down. White at third represents the tying run as the Royals lead 8-7. Oscar Gamble is on deck. Chambliss is 1 for 3 in the ball game. His base hit was a double leading off the 4th inning. The pitch to him in the dirt and blocked nicely by the catcher Healy. Good save by Healy, who blocked it with his body. Ball 1. In the bottom half of the 7th inning. Sadecki picks up the side from Healy. Sets at the belt buckle, the kick and the pitch. High. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. White is at third, Munson at first. Sadecki studying, accepting, pitching, curve for a strike, 2-1. Sadecki is ready to work as the runners lead away. And the 2-1 to Chris Chambliss. Line out into right field, and it is trapped by the right fielder Cowens. The tying run is scored. Munson on his way to third, and Munson is out and now safe as Brett dropped the ball. Munson was called out, and then they changed it to safe as Shylock saw that Brett had dropped the ball as Munson barreled in. The Yankees have tied it up on a base hit by Chambliss. Cowens tried to fake that. He has come all the way to the infield to argue that he caught the ball, but he definitely did not. It was definitely a trap, obvious to everybody in the ballpark, including the second base umpire, Greg Koff, who called the play. So Chambliss comes through with a line single to right that ties the ball game up 8-8. Set for Chambliss, a run batted in, an assist for the right fielder Cowens, and an error will be charged to the third baseman Brett, dropping the throw, allowing Munson to be safe at third. On all the action at third, Chambliss just hugged on to first base, so again the Yankees have runners at first and third, and the batter is Oscar Gamble. Pitch to Gamble. Breaking pitch is over. Strike 1. Sadecki ready again. 1 strike delivery inside. A fastball. 1-1. Gamble is the 9th man to come up. Oscar is 0 for 3 in the ball game. He's lined out to first. Reached second base when Al Cowens dropped his fly ball back in the 4th inning. He later scored. And he's also grounded out to first. So Gamble has pulled the ball all 3 times up, and they play him as a full hitter. Munson at first, Munson at third, Chambliss at first, and Sadecki delivers. Fastball is bounced off the end of the bat down the third base line. Picked up by Brett. Has trouble, but throws him out to retire the side. Brett had to stab 3 times for that ball to get it out of his glove, but nonetheless got it over to first base in time. But the Yankees have tied the ball game up with 4 runs in the 7th inning. So at the end of 7, it's the Yankees 8 and the Royals 8. Is going into Hawaii this afternoon. What time of day is it in Hawaii? Probably still morning over there, isn't it? Around noon or something, I don't know. Well, we know we're down in the Virgin Islands, and now we're told we're being heard in Hawaii. Oh, boy. Here's the Yankee rundown on the bottom half of the 7th inning. They scored 4 runs on 6 hits. There was 1 Kansas City error charged to Brett at third, and the Yankees left 2 men on. Frank White will be the batter. As soon as we see what White does, or as soon as we get a chance, we'll give you a station break, and then you'll know where you're listening to Yankee baseball. Whether in Hawaii or the Virgin Islands or Albany or Selkirk. Do New York City or Bristol, Connecticut. Frank White's the batter, the number 9 hitter in the order, and the right-hand batter bunts foul off the right side, and we'll pause 15 seconds for station identification. This is the New York Yankee, home of champions, baseball network.
Schenectady and Southern Saratoga County's community service. The all-new 3WD. WWWD. Schenectady.
Lyle comes in with the ball high to White. The count evens 1-1. Next pitch is sliced foul back toward the crowd on the first base side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Royals show 8 runs on 12 hits. The Yankees 8 runs on 9 hits, and both teams have committed 2 errors. Nettles backs off now with 2 strikes on Frank White, and the slider is low and inside. Dug out of the dirt by Munson. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He got him on strikes. Lyle applied the heat, and White strikes out. Second strikeout for Sparky. Now the top of the batting order, and Jim Wolford. Wolford has a single and a double, a gift double. The pop-up that fell in between Chambliss, Nettles, and Munson leading off the 7th inning, and that led to a 5-run 7th for Kansas City. Right-hand hitter, he takes up high for a ball. Next pitch, swung on in line to left field, and that's in for the base hit. White chases it down toward the corner, and Wolford makes his turn at first and goes back. Good throw from White into Mason at second. Wolford picks up his 3rd hit of the ball game, the 4th hit off Lyle, and the 13th for the Royals. And now Amos Otis is the batter, and Wolford asks for help down at first base as he calls Coach Steve Morris over. Maybe checking on signs. Otis is 1 for 2 in the game. He is lined out, walked, had a sacrifice fly, and doubled. Wolford, a good base runner down at first base. We'll see if the Royals go to the running game. Let's see, they've had a couple of stolen bases. Both by the catcher, Fran Healy. Pitch by Sparky is swung on and drilled deep but foul down the left field line and well back in the stands. Action in the Yankee bullpen. The ball's 1 strike, a runner at first, 1 down. Score tied 8-8. Lyle drops his hands, the runner's going, pitch is swung on and missed. Munson's thrown to second, is high, and he's safe. Wolford steals second. Otis took a cut protecting the base runner. And Munson's throw to Willie Randolph was high. Wolford sliding in safely with the 3rd stolen base for the Royals. The Yankees have also stolen 3. So we told you last night, and I'm sure the guys did earlier today in the broadcast, that these are 2 running teams, and they've proved just that. Next pitch, way outside and backhanded by Thurman down on his right knee. Pitch is swung on and missed, and he strikes him out. 3rd strikeout for Sparky as he fans Otis with a breaking ball. There are 2 down. The batter will be the third baseman, George Brett, and Billy Martin goes to the mound. They'll discuss whether putting Brett on or not, I guess. The Royals have the go-ahead run at second with 2 down. Brett is 1 for 4. Of course, following Brett would be Mayberry. So Billy Martin goes out and talks to Sparky about how to pitch to George Brett. Brett, a left-hand batter, is an opposite field hitter. Mason made an outstanding play on him with the bases loaded in the third, and they're going to put him on. They walk Brett and pitch to Mayberry. This will be the first walk by Sparky Lyle, and it is intentional. Way back about 3 hours ago, Ed Figueroa started this ball game, pitched 5 innings, allowed 3 runs, 2 earned, gave up 5 hits, walked 4 and struck out 3. Dick Tidrow started the 6th inning, pitched 1 inning, allowed 3 runs, all earned, 4 hits, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. Final score from Detroit: Texas 5 and Detroit 4. Rangers won the game in the 9th. They scored 2 runs in the top half of the 9th. The Tigers came back with 1 run in the bottom half, and Texas wins it 5-4. Steve Foucault the winner, and John Hiller is the loser. In the Yankee bullpen, Tippy Martinez stays loose, as Lyle will pitch to Mayberry with runners at first and second and 2 down. Left-hander against left-hander. Breaking pitch is fouled back on a check swing. Strike 1. Surveys Munson's side. Checks second base for Wolford and deals. There's a looper out of the right field. That's going to be a base hit, and Wolford heading for the plate. Here comes Gamble's throw. Way off the mark. The run scored. Throw to second base is high, and Mayberry is safe at second. I think he came down and spiked Jim Mason on the play. Mayberry went in, sort of leaped into second base, and came down on Mason's foot. Mayberry is slow getting up, and Mason is doubled up. So we may have both trainers come out. Gene Monahan comes out of the Yankee dugout to check Mason. A single and a run batted in for Mayberry, so the Yankee strategy backfires. They walk Brett, pitch to Mayberry, and he singles to right field. Gamble's throw home was about 20 feet off the plate. Bunsen had to go up the first base line to take the throw. Fired on to second base, trying to get Mayberry. His throw to Mason was high as Mayberry went in and came down on Mason's foot. Both men are all right. The Royals lead 9-8. Brett went to third. Mayberry to second on the throw home. The batter is Hal McRae. McRae, a right-hand batter, is walked, rounded out, lined out, and singled. He is 1 for 3 with a run scored and a run batted in. And a field play to third and out at third base. How about that one? The Yankees make an appeal play to third, and evidently Wolford missed the bag on the way around, and the Royals do not score. The Yankees make an appeal play to third base, and Nestor Shylock, the third base umpire, gives the outside. So evidently, in rounding the bag at third, Wolford missed it. That is the only thing I can see. And the inning is over for Kansas City. So scratch the run. What a weird ball game this has turned out out to be? We're going to say at the end of 7.5, it's still tied 8-8. Pleased to begin our second season of the Schaefer Circle of Sports Player of the Year Award. And to the winner will go the honor of being painted in action by the world-famous sports artist, Leroy Neiman. After each game, we'll be awarding points to the 3 best Yankees on the field. At the end of the regular season play, the Yankee accumulating the most points will be the winner. We'll also be keeping you up to date on the standings as the season progresses. So stay tuned in at the end of all Yankee games, home and away, for the recap of the Schaefer Player of the Year Award. The points will be awarded at the end of every Yankee game here on the Yankee radio broadcast. So with the score 8-8, we go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Walford missing third base on the way around, and on the appeal play, Sparky Lyle threw the ball to Greg Nettles, and Walford is called out for missing the bag with the go-ahead run. Lou Piniella now with an 8-8 ball game leads off the bottom half of the 8th inning, and a curve is over, strike one called. John Mayberry loses not only a run batted in, but also a base hit. And Piniella rips one up the middle, base hit through into center field. Amos Otis fields the ball, and Piniella is on with a leadoff single. Piniella gets his second hit of the ball game. He's now 2 for 3, a run scored and a run batted in. Greg Nettles the batter. And will he bunt? Piniella takes his lead at first. Mayberry and Brett ready to charge. Nettles squares, pops it up foul outside of first, and Mayberry's got it in a diving catch. Fine play by John Mayberry, who dove for the ball and grabbed it right off his shoe tops in foul territory, and Nettles is out. You know, it's too early in the season for a weird game like this. Score is tied 8-8. As the Royals, we all thought the Royals had taken the lead when Walford scored, but the Yankees made an appeal play to third, and Nestor Shylock backed it up with an outside. Here's Willie Randolph with one out of Piniella at first, and Randolph lines a base hit into center. Piniella around second, he's going to try for third. There'll be a play. The throw coming in, he slides, and he's out at third base. Piniella is out at third from Otis to Brett. Randolph singles to center field for his second hit, but Piniella, trying to go to third, is thrown out by the strong arm of Amos Otis. So there are 2 down with Randolph at first. Otto Velez has come out to bat for Jim Mason. Otto Velez, and that calls for conference at the mound as Healy, the catcher, goes out, and Mayberry, the first baseman, comes in. Strange happenings here at the stadium this afternoon. The apparent go-ahead run erased on an appeal play by the Yankees. And Otto Velez is being announced in the ball game as a batter for Jim Mason. Velez, a right-hand batter, comes up with a runner at first, 2 down. Velez Gonzalez is hitting .429 based on 3 singles in 7 trips. The set by Sadecki, and the pitch swung on, grounded towards short. Montek digs it up, goes the short way to White at second base. They erase Randolph, and the side is retired. For the Yankees, no runs on 2 hits. 1 man is left on base. And out the end of 8, it's still tied. The Yankees 8 and Kansas City 8.
Goalie's the tennis pro here?
Yes, I am.
I couldn't help but admire your racket.
Thank you. It's a Wilcox 500.
No, I mean teaching beautiful girls tennis all day. Now that's what I call a racket.
Well, it has its faults. Say, you've got a lovely forehand.
Oh, thank you. Most people notice my eyes first.
Well, maybe we could discuss your form over lunch.
Love to. I'll start with the Wimbledon fruit cup, and then I'll have the king crab.
And I'll have the mixed double salad and the single steak. And perhaps we could share a bottle of wine.
Aces.
I'll have a little Blue Nun sent over.
Oh, I thought everyone had to wear regulation white.
No. Blue Nun is a wine, a delicious white wine.
Oh, you can't have white wine with me.
Blue Nun is the white wine that's correct with any dish. It goes as well with meat as it does with fish.
Sancho, you really do things with class.
Well, like I always say, what good is a tennis pro who can't serve well?
Sancho, you got a little gravy on your sweatband.
Blue Nun, the delicious white wine that's correct with any dish. Another Seychelles wine imported by Shefflin and Company, New York.
Hi, this is Forrest Tucker. May I get personal with you for a minute? Even if you shower twice a day, you can't wash away jock itch. What you need is something made specifically for jock itch, and that's Cruex. C-R-U-E-X. Cruex medicated powder relieves the itching, the chafing, the rash. And because it's medicated, it can fight the cause of that itch. So if you suffer from chafing, rash, or jock itch, get Cruex. C-R-U-E-X. And get relief.
Free spirits all over the country are getting into Buicks, but here's a little extra incentive. Between now and April 30th, you can order a 1976 Buick Skyhawk and get either an automatic transmission or a 5-speed manual transmission at no extra charge. At manufacturer's suggested retail prices, that'll save you a husky $244, which can buy a lot of groceries, Charlie. Well, maybe not a lot of groceries. Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
8-2 at the end of 8. Again, the wide on the pitch. Hit in the air to shallow right. Coming hard, Gamble. He should get there and does for a one-hand catch. McCray is retired, 1 down, and it brings up Al Collins, the right fielder. Collins is 2 for 4. He has scored twice and batted in a run. I'll tell you, the guy that's talking to himself is John Mayberry, who lost a base hit and a run batted in when Walford missed third. Wind up the first pitch to Collins. Curve is over, strike call. And ladies and gentlemen, it isn't over yet. They meet again here tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Next pitch. Breaking pitch is line, just foul down the left side. Foul ball. 0-2 on Collins. Lyle looks in for his side. Left-hander winds. Here's the pitch. Cut on a nub down the third base line. Lyle is after it, picks it up, spins, throws to first in time. He's out. Away on a good fielding play by Sparky Lyle. And now Fran Healy, the catcher, and Munson will go out to the mound to talk to Lyle. Doc Ellis against Brooklyn's Dennis Leonard tomorrow at 2 o'clock here at Yankee Stadium. Then the Yankees go away for a couple of weeks. Defenses pull around to the left side against Healy. Right-hand pull hitter. Greg Nettle Nettles almost standing on the foul line behind third. Stanley well over in the hole at shortstop, and here's the pitch. Breaking ball is cut on and missed. Strike one. 16 runs, 24 hits, 4 errors. Low. 8 walks, combined totals in the ball game. Lyle goes back off the pitching mound to blow on his left hand. 1 ball and 1 strike on Healy. He takes low and inside on the hard slider from Lyle. 2 balls and a strike. Healy walked in the third. Stole third base. He singled in the fourth and stole second. Since then, he has struck out twice. 2-1 pitch. Low, ball 3. Strike. The windup by Lyle and his next pitch. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. And the count is full. 3-2. Lyle winds. 3-2 pitch. Cut on and bounce to shortstop. Mason, or rather Stanley, flags it down, makes the throw in time, and that's the side. 3 up, 3 down. Nothing across, and we go to the bottom half of the 9th inning with the score. New York 8 and Kansas City 8.
Nowadays, you can't listen to radio, watch television, or read a newspaper without some auto manufacturer telling you what great gas mileage his car gets. They quote the EPA, tell you how many miles per gallon they get in the city, and how many they get on the highway. Well, all these facts are great to know, but if there's anything you need as much as cars that make your gasoline go a little further, it's a gasoline that makes your dollar go a little further. At the Getty Oil Company, we have a new gasoline that's perfect for newer cars. Getty Unleaded Regular, with the octane performance of regular and the clean running smoothness of unleaded. But most important, we sell Getty Unleaded Regular for less than most other major unleadeds. So now you can choose a car that gives you more miles for your money and the gasoline. Getty Premium and new Getty Unleaded Regular. We've got what's best for your car.
Well, if you're a Yankee fan, you have the situation you want as far as the hitters are concerned, with the top of the batting order coming up. Rivers, White, and Munson. Bottom half of the 9th inning, score tied, 8-8. We'll have to wait after the ball game and ask the ball players who on the Yankees squad called for the appeal play to third base on Walford a little while ago, which snuffed out the go-ahead run for Kansas City. Whether it was Nettles or somebody else, perhaps somebody in the bench, maybe Billy Martin or Yogi Berra, we just don't know. First pitch to Rivers. He bunts down the first base line. Mayberry is up with it and tags him out. Rivers drags one, but right down the line, got too much wood on it. The ball got to Mayberry before Rivers did, and Mayberry scooped it up and tagged him. Now Roy White will come on. White will step in as a right-hand batter against Sadecki. Comes over, but low, ball 1. going down the line, made the call. Foul ball and no argument. White almost hooked one into the corner for a game-winning home run. Instead, it's a 1-ball and 1-strike count. Pitch to Roy. Swing and a miss on an off-speed curve. Ball and 2 strikes. Sadecki has his sign. Kicks and deals 1 and 2. Changes. Swung on and missed. He pulled the string on it for strike 3. First strikeout for the left-hand pitcher. And now Thurman Munson will step in. Munson is 1 for 4. Had a base hit in the 7th inning. Very important base hit that kept the Yankee rally alive. He had a ground ball in the hole at shortstop. Pontek flagged it down on the grass but had no play on it. Munson had a base hit. Chambliss followed with a base hit to right that tied the ball game up at 8-8. And Chambliss is on deck. First pitch to Thurman on the outside corner, strike 1. Sadecki winds, 0-1 pitch. Swung on and looped down the left field line, foul. Munson had sort of an inside-out swing on that one. And looped it foul for strike 2. Score is tied, 8-8, bottom half of the 9th, 2 out, nobody on. Sadecki picks up a loose piece of paper out behind the pitching mound, stuffs it in his hip pocket. Up, 0-2 pitch. Foul back. Went for a breaking ball. Tippy Martinez stays loose in the Yankee bullpen. We're in the bottom half of the 9th, tied 8-8, 2 outs and nobody on. Sadecki is the 4th pitcher used by Kansas City, and he deals low on a breaking ball, slapped in the dirt by Fran Healy, the catcher. One ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch coming. Line to left field. That's going to be a base hit for Munson. Fielded by Wolford, and Munson has to hold up at first base as the throw comes in. So Thurman gets his second hit of the ball game, and we'll pause 15 seconds for station identification. This is the New York Yankee home of champions baseball network.
Schenectady and Southern Saratoga County's community service. The all-new 3WD. WWWD. Schenectady.
Chris Chambliss is the batter. Chance to be a hero again. His base hit tied the ball game in the 7th. Pitch is high, and Healy was ready to throw to second base. Ball 1 to Chambliss. Chambliss is 2 for 4. And in the 7th inning, tied the ball game up with his 13th run batted in of the year. Oscar Gamble is on deck. Munson leads at first with Mayberry holding the corner. And the pitch to Chambliss is lined out over Pontek, base hit. Munson around second on his way to third. Wolford fields the ball in left center, throws back in, and the Yankees have runners on the corners. Chambliss gets his 3rd hit of the ball game, moving Munson to 3rd with the winning run. 13th hit for the Yankees. The Royals have 13 hits. The totals are all even. 8 runs, 13 hits, and 2 errors apiece. And now Oscar Gamble. Once and 90 feet away from winning the ball game, and the pitch to Gamble. Swung on and hit on the ground. One hop to the second baseman, White, who fields the ball in shallow right and throws him out. So the Royals overshift with White going into shallow right field pays off as he throws out Gamble on what normally would have been a game-winning base hit. For the Yankees, no runs, 2 hits. There were no errors and 2 men left. At the end of 9, it's all tied up. The Yankees 8 and Kansas City 8.
If you're a real beer drinker, use your imagination. Think of the single best-tasting beer you've ever had. Now imagine that every beer since then has tasted exactly the same. What's the point? The point is that Schaefer people get that consistently great taste every single Schaefer. Why? Because Schaefer's Kreuzen, brewed twice the old world way. Since 1842, this extra step has given Schaefer a crisp, fresh, consistently great beer taste, Schaefer after Schaefer. So if your next beer isn't the single greatest tasting beer you've ever had, go out and get a Schaefer. And you'll be Schaefer people too. Go out and get a Schaefer, Schaefer people do. Go out and get a Schaefer, Schaefer people do.
F&M Schaefer Brewing Company, New York, New York.
Through 9 innings, the totals are exactly even. 8 runs, 13 hits, and 2 errors for both teams. And as we go to the 10th, Sparky Lyle will be working to Fred Pontek to lead off the inning for the Kansas City Royals. And coming over from the television side to take over here on radio, whether we're going to Hawaii or not, ladies and gentlemen, here is Bill White.
All right, Franklin, and Freddie Pontek will lead off for the Royals here in the top half of the 10th inning. Pontek is 3 for 3 so far. The little fella's driven in 2 runs. He singled to right field in the 3rd inning, singled to right field again in the 4th, driving in a run. Caught trying to steal in that inning by Munson. He walked in the 6th and singled to left field, driving in a run in the 7th. We've got an 8-8 tie here, top of the 10th. Here's Lyle's first pitch to Pontek, and it's a called strike. Pontek turns around and looks at Jim Evans. Down at the bottom part of the Royal batting order, Freddie Pontek, Frank White, the second baseman, and then back up top with Jim Wolford, the left fielder. They're all singles hitters. Chop foul straight down at the plate. No balls and 2 strikes on Pontek. These same 2 teams will be after each other tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Doc Ellis for the Yankees. Denny Leonard for the Kansas City Royals. Here's Lyle's 0-2 delivery. Almost hit him and goes back to the screen. It made Pontek jump rope. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Lyle now with the new baseball. Nettles guarding the line at third base. Chambliss well off the line at first. Everybody else playing Pontek straight away. As Lyle winds, kicks, and deals a 1-2 delivery. Swung on, hit in the air to center field. Rivers coming on. He's there now waiting. He's under it. He's got it. 1 away. Well, that's the first time they've gotten Freddie Pontek out this afternoon. He's now 3 for 4. Here's Frank White, the second baseman. White has struck out, gotten on an air, doubled, and struck out again. So he's 1 for 4, a right-handed batter. And we're just reminded that this is the first extra inning game for both teams of the 1976 season. As White Nettles even with the bag now at third base and guarding the line. Chambliss shortened up at first. 2-1 pitch, hit foul, ripped foul into the seats down the right side. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Frank White. Now Chambliss backs up. And so will Nettles. Lau working over that ball. Now he's back up top looking in. And the 2-2 pitch. Chop the shortstop. Charged by Stanley. He's got a nice hop. His throw to first base is in time. 2 down. Yesterday on Frank White, Stanley waited on a ball, and White beat it out and later scored. Stanley did not take that chance this afternoon. He charged that ball and fired it across the diamond. Here's Wolford. Wolford, after bouncing back to the mound and bouncing into a force-out, has gotten 3 straight base hits. 2 singles and a double. Punched on the third base side. It's a foul ball. It's a foul ball. Nettles made the play, but it's foul. The home plate umpire, Jim Evans, bounced out and right on top of the plate. And it's a foul ball, and Wolford will have to come back. This game belongs to Sparky Lyle and Ray Sadecki. Ed Figueroa started for the Yankees. He went 5 innings. Tidrow came on in the 6th, and Lyle came on in the 7th. Sparky's been in there ever since the 7th inning. Steve Busby started for the Royals. Mingori came on in the 7th. Bird came on in the 7th, and finally Sadecki came on in the 7th. In that 7th inning, the Royals had taken an 8-4 lead by scoring 5 runs in the top of the 7th. The Yankees came right back and tied it up with 4 in the bottom of the 7th. 1 strike pitch is down low to Wolford. It's a ball to strike. 16,034 Yankee fans on hand. Fastball bounced right back to the pitcher. Lyle gets it, tosses the first base. He's got his man. Wolford bouncing back to Lyle for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down. Bottom of the 10th coming up. And the Yankees and the Royals tied up 8 apiece. This afternoon's action, the Yankees return to action tomorrow at 2 o'clock against the Kansas City Royals. Doc Ellis against Denny Leonard. Then the Yankees will go on a long road trip. They'll go to Texas, Kansas City, California, and Oakland, and we'll be back here at the stadium on Tuesday night, May 11th, to play Ralph Houck and the Detroit Tigers. The Tigers will be in on May 11th, 12th, and 13th for 3 night games. And then the Baltimore Orioles make their first appearance here at the stadium the weekend of May 14th, 15th, and 16th. So you better check out the Yankee ticket outlets and get tickets for those series. Detroit Tigers, 11th, 12th, and 13th of May, all night games. Baltimore in Friday night, Saturday afternoon, and then Sunday afternoon. As we go to the bottom half of the 10th inning, the Royals are going to use a new pitcher. He's right-hander Marty Patton. Patton will have to face Lou Piniella, Greg Nettles, and then Willie Randolph. That scoreboard is identical. The back part of it, Yankees 8 runs, 13 hits, 2 errors. The Royals 8 runs, 13 hits, 2 errors. Here's Lou Piniella. Piniella is 2 for 3 so far. He flied to center field, driven in a run with a sacrifice fly to center field, single to right field, and scored, and he singled to center. 2 for 3. Piniella batting an even .500 on the year. Patton's first delivery, swung on and fouled back and out of play. And Piniella a little bit upset with himself. He thought he should have been on that ball. A pretty good catch under us by a fan. Ball skips off of the screen here, and people sitting under us have a great chance to come up with baseballs. Patton taking a long look now at Healy. Now the right-handers are ready, and the one-strike pitch is high. A ball to strike on Piniella. Royals playing Piniella straight away with Brett guarding the line at third base. Mayberry not too far off the line at first base. And the 1-1 delivery. Swung on and fouled back to the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Piniella. Nobody getting loose in the Yankee bullpen, so we'll assume that Sparky Lyle would pitch the 11th inning should the Yankees not score here in the bottom of the 10th. 1-2 pitch. Called strike 3, got him looking. Patton snuck one over on the inside corner. 1 down. Now Piniella with his arms folded, talking to Jim Evans as he walks slowly over toward the Yankee dugout. Now Lou stops, goes back with Evans, and he walks away. Here's Nettles. Nettles walked, stole a base, and scored in the 3rd inning. Squeezed in a run in the 4th. Single to center field and scored in the 7th. Bunted and fouled out to John Mayberry in the 8th. And he takes the ball. So Nettles is 1 for 2 so far. With a run batted in and a run scored. Here's a 1-0 delivery. Nettles swings and fouls it off down the left side. That'll be back in the seats. In and out of the upper deck. And another good catch down the left field line by a fan. 1 ball and 1 strike on Nettles. Willie Randolph on deck. Patton bends forward looking for a sign. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like the second one. And he shook off 3, so Nettles decides to get out. He says, Marty, you only got 2 pitches. You got the slider and the fastball. And the curveball looks like the slider. Well, we'll let you start all over again. And the 1-1 pitch. Down low, it's 2 balls and a strike. And the 2-1 delivery to Nettles. Swung on and fouled back under us. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Patton's 5'10", goes 180. He's from Charleston, Illinois. Pitched with Seattle, California, Milwaukee, Boston, now with Kansas City. 2-2 delivery. Nettles pops it foul once again back over our heads and out of play. And the count remains 2-2. Royals got Patton in 1973 for pitcher Dick Drago. Marty with the new baseball. And the pitch to Nettles. Check swing, down low, 3 balls and 2 strikes. A very odd ball game. Payoff pitch. Swung on and missed, got by Healy. But he'll throw the first base, and Nettles is out. So give Patton a strikeout to put out 2-3. 2 down, and that'll bring on Willie Randolph. So Patton, coming out of the bullpen, struck out the first 2 men he's faced. Randolph has struck out line to right field, single to center, and single to center. So he's 2 for 4. He scored a run, he's driven in a run. right-handed batter. Here's Patton's first delivery. The slider misses outside, a ball. And the 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled off. Randolph had a half swing at that and fouled it back on the right side up in the upper deck. So over the Yankee bullpen, the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Not too many people leaving this ballpark. $16,034 on hand. And the 1-1 delivery coming on. Down low, it's 2 balls and a strike on Randolph. Willie, the only rookie ever to make the All-Star card. 2-1 pitch, down low, ball 3. That shows you what people think about him. They think he's going to be some kind of ball player. He's already been some kind of ball player. Here's a 3-1 pitch to Randolph. Too high, ball 4. Randolph walks. Oh, the Yankees get a base runner. Randolph at first base with 2 outs, and the batter, Fred Stanley, the shortstop. Stanley making his first appearance at the plate. He came on in the 9th inning to play shortstop for Jim Mason. Yankees use Otto Velez to bat for Mason. He bounced out. So here's Stanley. Throw the first base, and Randolph is back. Early in the ball game, the Yankees did a lot of running. As Patton sets, checks a runner. Another throw the first base, and Randolph is back again. Scores tied 8-8, bottom of the 10th inning. Patton sets. Takes a long look at Randolph. Pitch to Stanley. Loop to right field. Coming on the right field to Cowan. Still coming. Loses his cap. But he's got it on the run in foul territory for out number 3. Good running catch by Al Cowens. No runs, no hits, a walk, and a man left on base. At the end of 10, the score's tied. Yankees 8, the Kansas City Royals 8.
If you're looking for a luxury car that's an excellent investment when you buy and when you sell, then this is the year to say yes to Cordova, the most successful new model Chrysler ever introduced.
Yes, it's the year to say yes at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
And now Cordova's even got the best resale value. Yes, according to Automotive Market Report national averages, of all 1-year-old mid-size personal luxury cars, Cordova returns the greatest percentage of your investment based on original sticker price.
Yes, it's the year to say yes at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
See the men who say yes at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer today.
Sparky Lyle's back out there for the top of the 11th. We've got an 8-8 tie, the Yankees and the Royals. Sparky will face Amos Otis, George Brett, and John Mayberry, the heart of the Kansas City Royal lineup here in the 11th inning. Otis is 1 for 2 so far in the ball game. He's been up 5 times, but he's walked and hit a sacrifice fly 2 of those times. He doubled in a run scored a run the 7th. He's also struck out and flied to left field. A right-handed batter. Otis batting at .286. Here's Lyle's first delivery. Swung on and fouled back. No balls and 1 strike. back out of the box. Lyle works from the extreme first base side of the pitching rubber. Looks like a soldier out there looking in for a sign. Now he gets it, rocks, kicks, deals a one-strike pitch, and he gets the outside corner with a slider. No balls, 2 strikes. He had Otis looking for the ball inside and stayed away from him and just snipped the corner. Otis back off the plate with a closed stance. 2-strike pitch. Popped up on the right side. Chambliss, the first baseman, calling. He's backing up now. He's there, and he's got it. 1 away. Here's George Brett, the third baseman. Brett started a very confusing event in that 8th inning. The Yankees passed him intentionally to get to John Mayberry with the runner in scoring position, Jim Wolford. Mayberry promptly ripped a single, what would have been a single to right field, scoring Wolford. The only thing, Wolford forgot to touch third base. Yankees appealed and won it. Pitch to Brett. Breaking ball on the inside corner, strike. And not only was the run, which would have been the go-ahead run, and the way the ball games turned out would have been the winning run. That didn't score, but Mayberry did not get a base hit. Swing and a foul tip by Brett. No balls, 2 strikes. Because with Wolford not touching third base, with runners at first and second, there was a force at third base. And so Mayberry was deprived not only of a run batted in, a game-winning run batted in, but also of a base hit. And the big fella was a little bit upset. And he's up next. 2-strike pitch now to Brett. High and tight. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled back. And the count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Lyle now with the new baseball. And the pitch to Brett. Swung on, bounce, high bounce to the shortstop. Stanley's got it. Fires on the first base. They got him by a half step. Brett bounces out 6-3 for the second out, and that'll bring on John Mayberry. And they've got to be careful with this big fella. You know he's mad. First of all, he's embarrassed. 16,000 fans see George Brett pass intentionally to get to Mayberry, who last year drove in over 100 runs for the Orioles with 34 home runs, and then losing a base hit because one of his teammates forgot to touch a plate, touch the bag at third base. Oh, big fella, he's in there now. The pitch to him, and it's inside a ball. Mayberry stands way back off the plate and then sort of dives in after the ball. So pitchers sometimes like to back him off, then go to the outside part of the plate. He struck out twice, walked, fouled out, and hit into a fielder's choice. Bounced towards second. Randolph charges. He's got plenty of time. Fires on the first base. Have got Mayberry for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down for the Kansas City Royals in the 11th inning. We go to the bottom half of the 11th inning. The score is still tied. The Yankees 8, the Kansas City Royals 8.
That's enough merry-go-round. Tommy, let's go.
Oh, this headache.
Here, Bob, I've got something strong. Adult strength Anacin.
Aren't they all for adults?
Yes, but while ordinary aspirin, buffered aspirin, and Anacin start with the same amount of pain reliever, Anacin adds 23% more. Then Anacin adds an extra ingredient not found in the others.
Headache gone?
Just like that. And Anacin didn't upset my stomach.
Adult strength Anacin. Use only as directed.
Oh, beautiful corn spacious skies forever waves of grace.
Hay fever, allergy to ragweed, the all-American sneeze, because ragweed originated in America. Fortunately, so did Allerest, and millions of Americans know that Allerest is all you need to help relieve your sneezing, your runny nose, your watery eyes. Allerest, we help relieve America's sneeze.
Will lead leadoff against Marty Patton as we go to the bottom half of the 11th inning here at the new Yankee Stadium. We're playing our first extra inning ball game of the 1976 season. And we've got an 8-8 tie, each team with 8 runs on 13 hits and 2 errors. And we've seen just about everything except the home run and a triple. We've had errors, we've had stolen bases, we've had a squeeze bunt. We've had a guy missing third base with the tying run or the go-ahead run that would have ended the ball game. We've had some good fielding plays on the part of both teams. Here's Rivers now against Patton. Mickey's 2 for 5. Loops one down the left field line. That'll slice back in the seats. No play for Wolford. The Yankees got Rivers to get on base and steal bases. But he's also driven and runs for him. He's number 2 on the club. He has 10 now. Chambliss leads in RBIs. Chris has 13. Rivers fouls the next pitch back to the screen. No balls, 2 strikes. Patton going with the fastball. Top part of the Yankee batting order. Mickey Rivers, Roy White, and Thurm Munson against Marty Patton. Patton's a 5th hurler used by Kansas City. Popped up in foul territory near the Kansas City dugout. George Brett, the third baseman's there, and he's got it. 1 away. Here's Roy White. White is 1 for 4 in this ball game. He's driven in a couple of runs. And he almost won it for the Yankees in the 9th inning when he sliced one just foul down the right field line against Ray Sadecki. Ball just missed the foul pole. And he takes low from Patton the ball. Moving on deck, Thurm Munson. Royals still going with the same 8 to start the ball game. They've changed pitchers 5 times. Line foul into the seats down the right side. Actually, they've changed pitchers 4 times, but they've used 5 pitchers. The starter, Steve Busby, went 6 1/3. They've used Mingori, Bird, Sadecki, now Patton. 1-1 pitch to White. He went too far and it's called 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tried to check his swing, but couldn't. Patton working quickly now. Line center field, that'll be a base hit. White just picked one up off his shoe tops and ripped it into center field, and he'll hold at first base. So White on at first base. 1 away. And the batter's Thurm Munson. Munson is 2 for 5 so far. Looking for 2 except Mayberry. He has to hold White there. Outfield playing straight away for Munson. After going 0 for 3, Munson has 2 straight singles. So he's 2 for 5. A right-handed batter. Patton sets. Throws the first base and White's back. Patton gets that ball over to Mayberry just about as hard as he throws to the plate. Now the set by Patton. Another throw to first base, and White's back again. Boy, that Mayberry slaps at you, he might break your leg. So White leans out of the way. Mayberry swung that glove at him and missed it. Now Roy with the lead off first, edging off. He's checked. And the pitch to Munson. Swung on and fouled off. Thurm with a good rip at a fastball. No balls and a strike. 1 out. White at first base. We've got an 8-8 tie with the bottom half of the 11th inning. Now Munson backs out, looks down at his third base coach, Dick Hauser. Team's playing a bit more cautiously now in the late going. They had been playing with reckless abandon earlier. Now the set by Patton. He goes to first base and White's back. White off first again. And the one-strike pitch to Munson. Inside, hit him. And it hit him. Ball is inside. It's Munson on the hand, and he'll go to first base. That'll force White down to second, so the Yankees now have the winning run down at second base with one out, and the batter, Chris Chambliss. Let's take 15 seconds for station identification on the New York Yankee, home of champions radio network.
Your official Yankee baseball station, Schenectady and Southern Saratoga County's community service. The all-new 3WD. WWWD. Schenectady.
The Yankees now with White the winning run down at second base. Munson on at first base. One down, and here's Chambliss. Chambliss has doubled and singled twice in 5 appearances. So he's 3 for 5. Nobody getting loose in the Royal bullpen. It's all up to Marty Patton, and the right-hander sets and checks the runners. Pitch to Chambliss. On the outside corner, a called strike. Patton not taking a lot of time. He'll check the runners. White easing off second, Munson off first. And the one-strike pitch. Misses outside. This time it's a ball to strike. We're in the 11th inning. Yankees have the winning run at second base with one down. As Patton sets again. And the pitch to Chambliss. Swung on it on the ground. Base hit right field. White digging around third base. The throw is not in time, and the Yankees win it. Chris Chambliss coming through again with his 14th run batted into the year. A ground single into right field and a big comeback win for the New York Yankees. Final score. The Yankees 9, the Kansas City Royals 8. We'll be back with a wrap-up in just a moment.
I want a beer like no other beer. I shave for people. I want flavor that won't disappear. I shave for people.
Consistency makes a great beer. And Schaefer's consistently great tasting because Schaefer's brewed the old world way. Kreuzening, we call it. Since 1842, Kreuzening, the extra step of brewing twice, has kept Schaefer consistently fresh and crisp, consistently great tasting beer after Schaefer beer.
I want a beer like no other beer. I'm Schaefer people. A Schaefer beer goes straight to your thirst. Your last one tastes as good as your first. Go out and get a Schaefer and be Schaefer people too. Go out and get a Schaefer and be Schaefer people too.
F&M Schaefer Brewing Company, New York, New York.
Well, back here at Yankee Stadium, the happy totals. The Yankees win it by a score of 9-8. They had 9 runs on 15 hits, a couple of errors. The Royals 8 runs on 13 hits and 2 errors. This ball game was so complicated and confusing, I'm not going to try to recap it for you. But I'll tell you the winning pitcher was Sparky Lyle and the losing pitcher, Marty Patton. Now I've got some awards to give away. The Schaefer stars of the game. I think the number 1 star, Chris Chambliss, because he drove in the tying run in the 7th inning and drove in the winner here in the bottom of the 11th. So Chambliss will get 5 points as the Schaefer number 1 star of the game. Sparky Lyle pitched good baseball in relief. We're going to make him star number 2 and give him 3 points. And Roy White will make him star number 3. White, with 1 out, single to center field in the 11th inning and scored the winning run. In addition, he drove in a run in the 7th with a fielder's choice and drove in a run in the 3rd with a single to right field. He also picked up a stolen base. So Chambliss star number 1, Lyle star number 2, while Roy White star number 3. And the Jack in the Box winning pitcher award will go to Sparky Lyle. For Sparky and his family, gift certificates, compliments of Jack in the Box, where he can take life a little bit easier at Jack in the Box restaurants. And the Polio Gamer Award, that'll go to Chris Chambliss, as he drilled one on the ground in the right field, scoring White from second base to win the ball game for the Yankees in the bottom of the 11th. And Chambliss will receive a gift basket filled with Polio ricotta, mozzarella, and other fine Polio products. Now, today's Butterfinger Fielding Award, we're going to give that to shortstop Jim Mason, as he went way behind second base in the third inning with a couple of men on and made a good play on George Brett and got him at first base, preventing a run from scoring. They had bases loaded when Mason made that play in the third inning. So we're going to give Jim Mason the Butterfinger Fielding Award. Well, that's it from here at Yankee Stadium. These same two teams will meet tomorrow. Here's the rundown again. The Yankees 9-15-2. The Royals 8-13-2.